everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. We're ready to kick off the European region now, and we are good to go for the first match of the day. I'm going to welcome Edelweiss on to the show. A little bit of a later start, but you're here to cover probably the majority of the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, I don't think I expected to miss all of APAC, but you know, that's the way it goes. We got to do things a little bit differently since we're doing all three regions in one day. And so I just finished up my sleep shift.
Yeah, just grabbed a quick nap before the show starts for you. We've had APAC was great. I think there was a lot of good mix of lineups, decks, and performances as well. So I'm expecting to see the same again for Europe. As in case you've just been tuning in, or you tuned in just maybe an hour or so ago, we're basically going to do the same again, but for Europe now. So we've got Reqvam versus FilFeel coming up next.
Yeah, and as you say, there's quite a lot of variety in terms of the decks. I think more than I sort of expected going in, and honestly quite different decks now for Europe than we just saw in APAC, which is, it's always interesting to see how the different regions approach the format.
Yeah, and were there any decks you were expecting to see perform super well so far, whether they have or haven't, but were there any like highlight decks you were hoping to see, in lineups maybe, whether they were unexpected or not?
I mean, I think Fire was sort of the thing we anticipated being everywhere, right? People love a rogue. I am a little surprised that we haven't seen any Cycle Rogue make it into lineups. I feel like the deck still functions as a burn deck if you remove the giants, but I'm sure people were not feeling terribly confident in that so soon after the balance changes.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, right? If you're actually trying to build a lineup, and then there's just there's been a fairly recent couple of patches, I guess, in terms of balance, so it does mix up things just a little bit. But let's take a look at what the brackets are going to look like for all the regions. Actually, we're going to do a bit of a review and see how it's been going so far and what we've got coming up next. So, of course, we had Tobica and Photon make it through for APAC, which for me, obviously, I'm a Maxibond fan. It was a shame to see him knocked out early. But also, Katagami, I think, played super well. So that was a little bit rough not to see him go all the way there. But I think overall, it was just a great watch for APAC. A great mix of decks. Again, some cool matches, some very fast games, and some very some of the sort of slower end of the scale. So pretty excited to see those players, of course, make it into the Masters Tour. That'll be coming up soon. But yeah, that was it for APAC. But we can have a look at Europe as well, and of course Americas, that no doubt you'll have some comments on as our resident expert here. But take a look at the EMEA region. How are you feeling about this one? Are there any standout names for you?
Oh, I mean, of course, all the greats, right? Reqvam, Disdemon, deaddraw. Those are probably the three that people would know best. And then the other half I'm not so familiar with, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of a cool thing about the way the system works, because it's effectively a giant open qualifier. If you get your ladder finishes, if the time period, and you make it, and then all these players had to then battle through Swiss yesterday, which a lot of these players streamed as well, which was cool to see. And then you get to this sort of final top 8. We're just needing to win 2 matches now, the quarter and semi, to make it to that Masters Tour. Is really cool to see. So I like seeing a bit of a mix of names, something where there are players where the more hardcore sort of competitive Hearthstone player base would know, and then there's obviously the big names that we've seen in Masters Tours time and time again in the past. But take us through the Americas. What are the standout names here?
So yeah, this is my ladder, so I know more of them. But obviously, Banter and Luna, I think it's probably a bummer for them having to face off in the quarters, right? But those are both names we've seen before. Shaky Poo, I've sort of heard just in terms of seeing ladder lists posted for good performances. And then World 8 is actually co-host of the Vicious Syndicate podcast. If anyone knows Zacho, who compiles a lot of data from various trackers and things, writes the Vicious Syndicate report. World 8 is his present co-host, and quite a top performer on ladder as well. I sort of chatted with him a little bit about lineups, and he may get some criticism from the other pros for it, but when we were developing a lineup strategy, I was like, look, I know the deck looks terrible, but aggro paladin works for your strategy, which is to target Fyrak Rogue. I don't know what else to tell you. And he did end up bringing it, so... You know,
and made the top cut, right?
And made the top cut.
Yeah, so something worked, right? I do like that, though. That is something I would also do if I was convincing someone to bring a deck. I would start terribly. I'd say, I know the deck looks trash, but trust, and that would be my only pitch, and it wouldn't probably work. I'm probably not as convincing as you. But let's take a look at the matchup we do have coming up again, just winding it back to Europe, the beginning of the EMEA knockout here for that top 8. We've got Reqvam and FilFeel, and these lineups, we can see the bans as well, with Druid being banned away and Death Knight. And it is interesting because I feel like so far in this tournament, I feel like everything's been banned at some point, right? I don't think there's just a go-to ban like we've seen, you know, in the past in certain metas where it's like, oh, this will be banned, everyone's bringing it, it's the best, done. We've seen Rogue being left up, we've seen Warriors get banned, we've seen them being left open. It seems like a real big mix of everything, so I'm really excited to see how this one goes. But it looks like the players are ready, otherwise we're going straight into this. Warrior versus Rogue, and Rogue is one of the most popular, maybe the most popular class, you know, on high-end ladder and, you know, tournament play, let's say. How do you feel about this matchup of specifically Rogue versus this Quest Warrior?
Well, I've got to be honest, I don't have a ton of faith in the Quest Warrior, just because, I don't know, like, you got the starships in there, which I guess are good removal, but, you know, you don't have Tortola, right, for that sort of big mid-game shutdown, and the Rogue just has so much value. It's quite a lot. We see Elise in the opening hand there for Reqvam, which can, you know, do a considerable amount, whether it's discovering spells, making copies of minions, etc. Scoundrel as well. As long as Reqvam gets, like, one of the big payoffs here, I feel like he's in a pretty good spot, just because the Warriors' like 2 biggest clears are the 2 brawls. You know, it's not like Death Knight where you've got these 4 or 5 huge clears, you know, in the form of Pyro Poison, Corpse Explosion. I don't know if people are running the new weapon Endbringer in the Death Knights, but yeah, that's another potential big clear. And the Warrior, outside of Brawl, it's like you've got some mid-range clears and Hostile Invader, but you're sort of relying on your starships, your minions, to do the clearing.
Yeah, and for this, for the Warrior, I feel like we've seen it already earlier today, where it can get trapped in having the awkward removal, right? Like, if it doesn't have exactly what it needs, mainly in that mid-game sort of scenario, it can be a little bit tricky to deal with. So we'll see if FilFeel can get that one done or not. Here, though, Reqvam's hand looks pretty good, right? As you said, the Elise is there, Pirate's there. It's all kind of lining up with what you want, although maybe you prefer to be able to swing the weapon into something that you can actually kill. So it's a little bit annoying with the taunts here, but other than that, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, as you said, a bit awkward with the metal detector, but you know, being able to, unpressured, just run out Elise and, going for a 10 here. I guess that's because you can Scoundrel into it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you can accelerate the play. Sort of the 10 cost sort of joins the dragons, right? As well, in those high cost things, you can kind of cheat out a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I was sort of thinking of the location along the lines of, okay, you Elise on 4, you location on 5. You know, nice curve. But I guess with the Scoundrel, Reqvam's just saying, hey, Sarah's nice and all, but that just ramps me more. I want like something that I can do for value. In terms of using the Scoundrel discount.
FilFeel does have the Brawl, does have Shield Block to get going a little bit, but not a lot else. So it's going to be a, you know, maybe a quiet couple of turns so far.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's nice to have these draws early for the taunts, right? To draw your Zeliax. But, you know, it's not doing a whole lot besides the Ham is not quite the target you're looking for. I think FilFeel is just happy to not quite be under pressure yet, right? Being able to...
Yeah, not on half health. So
Yep.
it's good. It's going well. And just going to put the Emoto cannon down as well, just to be able to just clear off just as much pressure as possible. But these coins are starting to stack up.
Yeah, I mean, and you can get another one with the weapon. So it definitely is possible to play the location or Ysera this turn. I think it's a question of sort of what Reqvam prefers. You want to just get the location down right away, or focus on, you know, getting the Ysera for that ramp. Looks like we are going for the location, which makes sense to me, right? Like, you've got 3 charges of the location, and it's going to make a 10-10. Here we talked about FilFeel feeling all right last turn, not being under pressure. Well, that's changed.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It quickly stacks up, right? I guess, like, the only bonus is that it wasn't sooner, right? It managed to hold them off. The health total's still okay. We are going to see the defense crystal come down now. That's not too bad. And there is the Ancient of Yore. There is the Ziliax in hand as well, and that emergency brawl. So it's okay for now, and it really is going to be on Reqvam to be able to just pile some actual pressure on now, because again, suddenly Reqvam's on 22, right? Which isn't the end of the world. It's not like Warrior's gonna, you know, mega burst or anything in most scenarios, but there it is. There's the card.
Yep, name of the deck, you know, although it's not a central piece in terms of, like, you don't exactly build around it, right? Like, Scoundrel's just a good card. But it certainly is one of the more powerful things in the deck. If anything, I feel like it should be called Elise Rogue. That's the real card you're building around.
Yeah, true. Yeah, with the location for sure. Looks like we are going to see the ship go down now. Again, a pretty reasonable board state here for FilFeel.
Yeah, the advantage to, you know, this warrior versus, you know, the demon hunter that we saw just now in APAC is that, well, you're not using the starships as, like, your win condition above all else.
Right.
They're just for clearing, and so something like that where you get a taunt and you know, Yamato cannon trigger and then another one to the hand is pretty efficient, and because you've got all the win condition you could want in the quest reward.
Oh, yeah. All you need to do is just get to that point, right? That's the only goal. So the ship's definitely just an assist there as opposed to anything else. We are going to, as we move up to 9 now, we are going to see the brawl. He's going to be able to clear off all those Ziliacs. Again, the location did a great job, though, of just buffing stuff, pushing extra damage. And what a brawl. Okay.
Yeah, you
Did have the cannon, to be fair, if there was an emergency, right? But still, it's nice.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess just to get it down.
And also, like maybe to stop any, I don't know, like Shadow Step shenanigans or something, right? Like, because it is one of the more powerful cards. I'm not sure if there's that much that would have been done with it, but why not, right? And like you said, spend the mana, get it down on the board.
And that Ysera is going to mean Shaladrsil is corrupted, which represents a considerable amount of value for Reqvam. It's also, you know, a nice that deal 5 to all enemy minions. Really great for clearing up a Ziliax, which we can see that FilFeel has. Although actually, I guess this is not the coffee Ziliax, so not quite so clean.
Mm-hmm. Guess you go for the wand, the usual. Well, maybe not the usual, it's probably a bit strong, but the most common one. We do see Crown sometimes insta-pit in certain situations. There's another cannon going down now.
I think this is part of why people have shifted over to this kind of warrior instead of the hydration station, right? Is you need stuff like Yamato Cannon to keep up with the big things that Rogue is putting out.
Oh yeah, for sure, and it's not quite the same, but even like the Buff Hunter and stuff like that. There is a few decks right now that can put out just early-ish big minions that you just need to just not get hit twice by. So yeah, definitely a decent tool. Now choices here for Reqvam. Does of course he's had Firek in hand for a while.
I think there's always sort of a question of when to fire act, right? In terms of trying to maximize the face damage that you're going to get.
Yeah, that's what's tricky, right? In this kind of matchup, unless you're already really ahead, you're not really just slamming it, right? You need to, like, especially with this location choice, with the extra power in there as well, the extra attack. You need to have like a pretty solid plan. Now, double shadow step, however, that counts as a plan, I think.
Well, and then these secrets to disrupt this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, if one fire rack isn't going to cut it, making sure that you have the ability to play it a couple more times is quite nice.
Well, double yaw though is pretty good, right? The armor, the card draw, digging towards that towards the bottom of the deck at this rate, actually.
Yeah, and perfectly fine to get down on a turn with a bunch of secrets because they don't even proc an explosive runes or anything. You get to just say, like, okay, we'll just turtle up this turn and know that we're not going to trigger any secrets except for maybe bargain bin. Now, I don't actually know how strong Ashamain is in this matchup. I would think basically Reqvam was digging for that to maybe have the Ashamain post. Like, if the quest gets played for FilFeel, you just try and Ashamain to pick up all the rewards.
Right. Yeah, that's it's really tricky because you just don't really want to be in this spot most of the time, right? Because the warrior's just kind of chilling most of the game. There's the quest progression done, so you have to get a bit creative, and Ashamain might be the way to do it, right? It's one of the options you've got for sure, that and Firek.
Mm-hmm.
It was good to get the corrupted Shaladrisil as well, though, because that adds so much extra power to each of those cards.
Yeah, and we saw Reqvam using the step on the Observer of Mysteries, right? Figuring, well, hey, if I can just gum up the works with secrets, that's going to be better for my plan A here, right? Which is to apply pressure. Because you're probably not going to be getting to the point of like playing Ashamain multiple times. Playing Firek multiple times.
Yeah, this is nice. Make it immune, be able to push the damage as well.
Go forth on swift wings. My hatred cannot be.
And now it's just let's see what happens.
FilFeel is on 40, so unlikely to be a lethal. And this is the risk with playing multiple Fireks, right? Is that there's a lot of card draw in there, and so if you try and step it and replay, like, you run the risk of fatiguing yourself very, very quickly.
That was I'm gonna say that was low impact, that Firek. Not the worst I've ever seen, but definitely not the best.
I think I was going to say, you probably Thresher just to be a little bit better in fatigue. Still going to step the Firek.
Okay.
I guess you kind of just need stuff.
be interested to see when these neophytes come down, or if they, they come down in any relevant way.
I mean, I imagine you're sort of looking to free up hand space next turn for Ashamain, right? So it's something like
Yeah.
Fire Act, double neophyte, the corrupted Laughing Sister, and the Thresher off the top.
Let's make it count.
Rainer coming down, gonna build himself a starship. And again, it's just so strong, this, isn't it? It's doing exactly what the warrior wants to do, which is like, okay, there's one card, effectively clear the board. Perfect, next. Yeah, going for the 10 drop, of course, from Elise as well.
Yep.
This has felt like a very chill warrior game, right? I feel like they've just kind of going through the motions here, just being safe basically every turn. Never really felt like he was in any threat.
Yeah, although now, Reqvam does kind of require the clear off of Fyrak with those 5/5s in play alongside the starships. If he doesn't get any kind of clear here, that could be a big draw.
Okay, it's putting out a decent amount of damage.
Ooh.
Not quite enough though.
Yeah, the 4 damage going face was actually pretty rough.
Yeah.
Dubious Purchase is much less appealing when it's going to accelerate your fatigue. And this is where the difference of just like, well, the warrior gains a lot of armor, the rogue doesn't, even if the rogue has ability to clear. They're taking a lot more face damage. I think Reqvam just needed one of these to go down from the fire rack.
Yeah, to feel even remotely good about this, right? It's so much value, and then you look at FilFeel's hand, and it's like, oh yeah, there's maybe more where that came from as well.
I guess you know this is explosive, right? So that's why
Yeah.
trade. Oh, it was this, yes. I thought it was the poison one, so...
Not too bad. That's a lot of damage,
there
and
you
that is
go.
going to be done. Yeah, it's going to clear it off and
it.
go for the boom there. So just a cool, calm, collected-looking game there for FilFeel. And although Reqvam tried, did things to try and push himself forward in the game, it just wasn't enough. And that looked like probably one of the most, I don't say easy in a negative way. Reqvam didn't really do anything wrong, but the warrior just had control of that. FilFeel was just kind of just going through it, had the answers at the right time, had all those Yamato cannons throughout the sort of mid game to stabilize, and I think that's all he needed, honestly.
Yeah, there's a world where, you don't find the cannons quickly enough, you don't sort of have the brawl right when you need it, and that's where you just kind of get run over. I think that's, Rogue is definitely the beatdown. Yeah, there was potential for if, some of that more had gotten cleared from the fire act, that you actually end up in a situation where the warrior doesn't want to play the quest reward, doesn't want to play Kill Jaden because Ashamain is in hand.
Yeah.
And it's just going to give them a bunch of free tempo. Yeah, it seems like basically a difference of, hey, we both have a lot of stuff, but the warrior also has armor.
Yeah, I think that one, it won't be too bad, but Reqvam will be able to just, I think, shrug that one off because of just, it's the warrior, right? Just let it go through and then move on with the rest of the matchups. So we'll see how this one goes. I'm sure the players are getting ready to go into the next game, but just Warlock and Rogue left for FilFeel now.
Yeah, and this is the only Starship Warlock for EU. We've got quite a lot of Warlock, honestly. We've got 4 of the Quest Warlock, and then Mill and Starship. So, Starship, of course, being essentially a wheel deck, right? On top of the armor you get from Ancient of Yore, you get even more from Arcanite Defense Crystals and, you know, first campaign. Similar to the Starship DK, except instead of actually trying to win through damage, you just say, hey, kill me in 5 turns or else.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if that's correct or not for me, but when I play this style of deck, so, you know, some people play wheel, some people don't, or at least in previous metas, and I always like to simplify the game and always put wheel in there, because it's like, look, if I get it and I can play it, the game becomes very straightforward very quickly. It's like all I have to do is live. So yeah, personally, I'm a fan of Wheel of Death. It also guarantees like a clear ending to the game, which is kind of nice. But yeah, we'll see how this one goes. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a tough one. I think, as I said, Reqvam just doesn't have to be too concerned that the Warrior got through, especially with that game, because it just felt like a bit, you know, nothing we could really do about it. Because I think FilFeel played it very well, by the way. I'm not trying to take anything away from them. I think they had the correct mindset with how to go towards that end game and not fall over in some of the ways you can against Rogue. Did it very well there. So looking forward to getting to these games. How do you feel about the wait, are we going into this? This is gonna be good timing. Oh, perfect. Yeah, it's almost like I knew. How do you feel about the Shaman deck in this lineup from Reqvam?
Yeah, so I've played a bunch of this actually. Jamboree list that was not too different. I think it had one more Wish Upon a Star, but it's very different from the old Nebula Shaman. I think it sort of barely gets to be called Nebula Shaman, but you know, Nebula's in there, but it's really much more of a Bizarro World hand buff deck, if that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, 100%. Me and Lorinda were talking about it earlier today, and Lorinda said something similar in that, like, wait, was it Lorinda or was it Sottle? One or the other, it's fine. It's been a long day already. But yeah, there's actually a surprising amount of hand buff tools in the deck, right, that you don't really realize it until you play, and we've already seen games where the buffs actually have massive impact. Like, yes, there's the Nebula and so on, but just for example, the Bumblings and some of the other stuff you can get with those buffs are really big actually in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got bird watching, the same as hand buff Hunter uses for the bellhops, although in this case you a little more often are using it to fish out sort of specific minions that don't get pulled by Flight of the Firehawk. But Flight of the Firehawk is like, it draws 2 minions with different types, but it also gives them +2/+2. And
yeah,
you know, unlucky for Reqvam that he gets all his minions that summon copies, you know, in the opener here without getting buffed. But you know, even when that does happen, sometimes you get to go Wish Upon a Star and get your extra stats that way.
Yeah, and I was saying this earlier, where like even Bellhop, even if it's not going to do big things, it's still just okay to just throw down with some pressure, right? It's kind of what Reqvam's done now, where it's like, okay, it's not going to get buffed at the moment, it's not going to do anything, but you know what? It's a 3/3, it's better than pass, right? So it's something that's at least playable. It's not like a card you want to look to buff that if you can't buff it, it does nothing, right? Like, it's something at least you can drop down in the early game to pass some of that pressure on.
Yeah, and, you know, of course, Alakir being in the deck, getting the buff there, means that, all right, it's got +2/+2 now. It can potentially get another +2/+3 from Wish Upon a Star. You can, you know, get an Elise location that summons a copy, and suddenly the Alakir burst becomes, you know, very, very real. But on the other side, double Yor for FilFeel is pretty good within the top 10 cards.
Yeah, weirdly enough, this looks just even a little bit minion heavy to an extent, right? It does obviously get the extra growth in down potentially this turn, but yeah, it just looks a little bit maybe needs some of that buff, the buff cards coming in soon for Reqvam, just to pile a little bit more of this pressure on, because FilFeel's kind of just doing whatever at this point. And also just having access to that Bob is a huge deal, because the amount of times we see, you know, the board lock freeze on Bob is just, it's so powerful in so many of these matchups.
I mean, Yeah, I'm almost surprised to see the location used right there from FilFeel, because you could just leave 4 frogs on Reqvam's board and say, hey, those are not that big a deal, even if you wish upon a star. And you know, you can sort of like make the music. You know, there is also the argument of saying, well, hey, I don't want to give a free big board going into turn 7 in case there is wish upon a star. But I sort of feel like if it's not there, you get this huge benefit of just sort of
Right.
halfway board locking the opponent with 4 frogs.
I remember this place well.
Time for FilFeel to drop a lease, though. Is it going to be... Okay. I was just checking out. I think that's 1, right? So it's like, I didn't know if it was going to be like a snap 10 or if it's going to be hand dump, right? Because this deck does require you to sort of, you know, move through it pretty quick. So having a 10 cost location might not be the best.
Well, and because you can just sort of take it slower, right? You don't actually care about the size. Like, you're just looking for get a copy to do it on Arcanite. And yeah, it's 1/1 when it's summoned, but it's still going to be full size in the Starship.
Right. Yeah, as long as you can just get it in, right? That's all that really matters.
And like, you know, we mentioned Wheel, obviously we can see kill Jaden, but you know, just like the others, a thing you can do is ceaseless, clear the whole board, and then Exodar for damage.
Okay. Not the best fire wreck I've ever seen, I'm going to be honest, again. Just middle of the line. It did okay. But didn't really... It's just tricky, isn't it? I don't know why, but like, the fire wreck, like, yeah, it's decent, but FilFeel just seems in a pretty good spot regardless, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Fire Rack ended up filling up the hand, but sometimes you might just need to pray for damage, and like, something this deck can do is Shutter Block into Fire Rack, right? And then you just sort of pray, you get...
Oh,
that stings.
Slide in the emote out as well. Oh.
Yeah, well, so not anymore, but... you know, Shutter Block is a way that you can make some of these either huge boards with summoning copies of the Grofin or the Ziliax.
Right.
Or, yeah, doing a triple Fire Rack where it's just like, hey, I don't care if I'm burning a bunch of cards. I'm just hoping
Yeah, just
that
going for it. Right.
Three of these will burn you down. Yeah.
And right now, it's looking a little bit rough. There is Ziliax as well in hand to be able to just clean up some of this, get some of that health back. But nothing's really sticking out as anything that feels like a great turn here for Reqvam. So he's going to have to pull something out the bag here because this does not look fun.
Yeah, this makes sense. Just clear up the 1/1 so you can have a little bit of impact here. Don't know if it'll matter, but the spell cast, I believe, means that Marsh Spawn will discover a spell next turn. I think that's how that one works, or is it elemental based?
No, I think you're right. Hang on, I can just check.
Oof. And the procession of yours begins.
Yeah, now there's going to be a whole lot of armor and a whole lot of card draw. But yeah, it is the cast spell. Oh, there goes Nebula as well. That's
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah, FilFeel just like, hey, I need to dump some cards. Your hand is looking full.
Oh.
Double Conflagrate gets rid of both Nebulas.
Ooh. It's brutal to see, isn't it? It's just so many, like, what's that, Shudderwalk and both Nebula's gone?
Yeah.
Because those are the cards that are going to pull you out of a situation like this, and they've just been burnt away now, which is very rough.
Yeah. Oh, is this matching outfits? Do you, like, try and reduce some... Oh, no, just going for the Typhoon. I guess you can Typhoon away a Starship and maybe hope to, like, play it yourself if you pull it.
Yeah, to be honest, we are in that kind of territory, aren't we? Where it's like, what is the most unlikely but technically possible thing that can happen?
So we need. Oh, I guess you're going spell there. Oh, these were not the options Reqvam was looking for. Like spell and spell damage, maybe? Is that what that was? Or spell and death rattle? I think.
Summon the 6. Summon the raptors.
Interesting. I guess it is a board.
Again, in the most technical sense, they are minions.
Yeah. I feel like what Reqvam would have loved is summon a copy and the +4 attack, right? Because then you stick anything and get to go Alakir, summon a copy, you know, they get +8 on top of that. That would have been sort of the path I would be hoping for in a building location.
I'm just staring as well at the casual 54 health here for FilFeel. Not under too much threat as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, you know, wheel in hand now, as well as kill Jaden. I think FilFeel just wants to like make enough space to draw out the rest of his deck here, and feeling pretty comfortable at 64 to sort of play things out however they want.
Yeah, that was one of those turns that like looked a bit excessive on the surface, but really, you know, when you quickly realize, yeah, they cleared the board, but it was mainly about just getting cards out the way, right? As you said, and just letting you have the ability to draw. Okay, here we go.
Well, hello. Oh no. Oh no. This could have gone much better.
Yeah, this wasn't the best outcome. This was it.
All right.
Is that Mechathune and Baron,
18,
Rivendell?
19. It's got to be lethal for FilFeel, right? Yeah. The aforementioned ceaseless, or that plus.
Yeah,
Exodar,
that'll.
right. Exodar damage.
Yeah, this should be fine. I can't remember exactly how much the ship was on, but I would guess enough is my answer. So yeah, again, a really good game there for FilFeel, and there was just not a lot that could be done, honestly, again, for Reqvam. It didn't have the best opening. Obviously, Burnt Shudder, Double Nebula, the Fyrak did an okay job, but as you mentioned, draw a lot of cards, which was a bit of a problem. But yeah, overall, just another smooth win there on the Warlock, and I think this is just really starting to run away with him here. FilFeel now only has the Rogue left to get a win with, and I've misplaced it. Here we go. And yeah, it is the Starship stuff. Yeah, okay. Just because I feel like, oh, go on.
All in on Starships here from FilFeel.
I was just gonna say, this lineup's actually pretty cool to see doing so well. It's looked pretty comfortable so far, but yeah, it looks like it's just Starship, but it's working. Like, honestly, this matchup has at least looked very one-sided so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Starships do have a lot of value, right? That's kind of how they're designed. You get, you know, the front end value and the back end value, and in the case of how a lot of these work out, the back end value is Exodar.
Yeah.
Whether that is damage or armor or, you know, extra value in the pieces, right? Like, Exodar is very flexible in terms of, you know, getting what you need for the particular matchup. And yeah, in that case, it was just sort of, hey, my evolve was better than yours.
Yeah, I guess so. In the very end, for sure, those numbers definitely favored one side rather than the other. We are going to go quickly now into game number 3. We are, of course, going to see the Rogue from FilFeel, as it's the only deck left, and Reqvam, of course, just going to stick on. It's going to go back on this Rogue once again, just to try and get it over the line here. I think this will feel like a bit more of a closer game than we've seen from the other two. The other two felt like FilFeel had a big advantage because it was just a sort of unstoppable force of a deck style going up against It was like the onus was on Reqvam to make something happen, right? And he just couldn't quite get it done for a couple of games in a row. But this might be a little bit easier of a matchup for him here.
Yeah, I mean, the Starship Rogue is much more reliant on sort of the whims of your discovers in a way that other Starship decks are not. Because the way Rogue does Starship is we have Gravitational Displacer to summon a copy, and otherwise all our pieces come from other classes. Barring Defense Crystal, of course. I mean, that's just...
The universal truth of all starships.
Yeah.
Already thinking about committing the Shadow Step here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if the thinking there is needing a better potion or not wanting it in the death pool to try and, like, get Gravitational Displacer to die and then you summon, you resurrect it.
Right. Yeah, I think what it does open up either way is just flexibility, right? Because there's an option for the other potion if he wants to go for it. If they have something or want to play something that can maybe deal with... Ooh.
Spire looks good.
Yeah, I was looking at Yumota, but I think Spy is just all around a little bit better there.
Yeah, I mean, the cannon makes you feel a bit safer, right? Because you are taking a fair amount of damage here. But Spire is just, like, ultimately something you're more interested in having in the ship.
Yeah.
Probably coin into Scoundrel Observer, yeah.
Makes sense, right? It's just so much value, and again, normally you just want to rush to get the Scoundrel down, the first version of it at least down first. Just get that job done, and then you can follow everything up after that. So, and it's actually a decent amount of pressure, right? Especially with the weapon swing added to that turn.
Yeah, and of course, the thing about random secrets is you just have no information, right? So you've got to do your best to play around all of them or, none of them if you just can't afford to.
It's going to push the prep into it to test for counterspell. Has the news that it is not.
Yeah, which then means... an advantage to not seeing a Hunter's Secret here is you don't have to worry about freezing.
Yeah.
So you can run the Soulbound Spire in. The risk, against Mage is... water element. Yep, exactly.
Let's just go for the AoE as well, so actually gets around all the scenarios. Is going to see one's explosive runes, but I'll be honest, I imagine that after seeing no counterspell, it felt likely that explosive runes isn't that far away. Once you start cutting away what a couple of secrets that it's not, I don't think that the explosive was too much of a surprise there.
Yep. Interesting. You could like, I don't know how good going at least for one would be here. Oh yeah, sure. Just
get the other one spent.
Yep. Just more stuff.
Also, still has the weapon swing as well. The 3/2 being left on board means that there is another coin if Reqvam wants it, and he will take it.
Well, yeah, and you can neoplay right now. I mean, this is, about as good as mid-game boards get for the Fire Ek Rogue, especially with that copy of the Neophyte. So.
But now they can return the favor with Scoundrel into Potion. There's another one as well.
Yeah, getting AoE both times is a pretty big deal for those potions.
He's going to go with web. Yeah, I was wondering about this, and I think this is more of a why not kind of play. Like, what else are you going to do with it? You get the one, you get the pirate back anyway, the scoundrel. So why not just gain a 4/4 stealth, right? There's no like great timing to do this otherwise with what's in hand.
Yep.
It is
yeah.
stuff.
Stuff indeed. Yeah, I feel like the Neralex innovation was not in sort of like the first wave of these decks, and then yeah, you started seeing the Neralex with Ysera, and it's just that thing of like, well, it's like a bit of mana cheat, and it just gives you another 7/7.
Yeah, it's just an extra body, right? That's really important. And the prep into Firelands portal, okay. Like, that is something you are looking for with that little Firex combo there. And now FilFeel is under a lot of pressure. Does now have the Zilliax off the top, which can help.
I think the previous 7 was like Marin, and the deck didn't really need that much more value.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I'll take more card draw, more of this. It's like... I guess, yeah, I was gonna say it's probably double trades into this because you're not as scared of a like Ysera, right? Like, it's not that big a deal.
Right, but yeah, getting Fire Axe Shadow Stepped is just spooky.
Yeah, just a headache you don't want, right? Not that there are many headaches people do want, but you know what I mean.
There is a kind of hilarious potential for like playing all these cheap fire spells and then finding a Shadow Step for Kragwa. Right, because you got a fair amount of burn here. I guess if you play the Scorching, then you're going to be discarding the Eat the Imp. So less likely to find the steps. But
ooh, that's kind of nice. The Hook Fist. It's got summon a copy. Like, that's pretty nice, actually. Like,
sure, yeah.
draw 2, gain 8 armor. Not that Reqvam may need it at this point in the game. He seems like to be in a very solid position here. Only 8 health on FilFeel now.
Yeah, I imagine we're just going to be... This is where you can't play around secrets, right? You just sort of have to go.
Oh, yeah, you've just got to lock it in and hope for the best.
And I imagine we're just saying dubious, hope it hits the 7/7, and that it's not a counterspell, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, that is going to be game. Reqvam begins to fight back. Good for Reqvam, because I don't think anyone really wants to rock up and then just get wiped, you know, a couple of like 3-0'd straight off the bat. And yeah, I think it did get a little bit rough a couple of first games, but manages to fight back, gets a rogue win on the table, and that means it's going to be still Shaman and Warlock left over. And I feel like I think FilFeel's rogue just didn't really get going that much, right? Nothing really happened. There was pressure from Reqvam, so it's not like FilFeel had all the time in the world to do whatever they wanted, but it just didn't feel like the same amount of pressure that Reqvam was sort of displaying with the other version of rogue, right? So hopefully, you know, in the rest of the series we get to see a bit more of this Starship rogue and, you know, show it doing its thing a little bit more. But yeah, definitely a good win for Reqvam here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about adding Elise to these rogue decks is that it has necessarily slanted the curve upward. And so FilFeel had a couple of really nice mixologists to kind of even out the board state early on. But there's not really early stuff. Like, you've got Starship Schematic to find a piece. But the early minions are literally Mixologist, Elise, Xavius, and I mean, I don't even think you can call Arcanite Defense Crystal an early minion. Yeah, whereas Reqvam was able to, you know, off the back of Scoundrels and other things, create those sort of mid-game boards. You know,
I think
pretty uncontested.
The best early game is like Shipwright into Web, right? Like, that's probably just the opening you want, and anything else just doesn't feel as relevant compared, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I messed the ship right on my minion count there. But yeah,
Oh, all good.
I think that, yeah, exactly. That's the best you can hope for. And there's a lot of times now that the rogues have, hands that look like this.
Yeah, terrible, I think is the word we're looking for here. But yeah, we are going to get into the next game, of course. We are going to see the Shaman now for Reqvam. We did see this struggle a little bit earlier, but now's the time, potentially, for Reqvam here, as you said, FilFeel does not have the best opening hand at all. Like, there is the Scoundrel. We saw some, so I think I cast a match earlier where I think there was 2 Scoundrels in like bottom 10 or something, which is not generally what you're after, of course. But there is a Scoundrel, but that is about it there so far. Oh, wow. Double prep. Seems good.
It's tough. Yeah.
Yeah. Although as well, Reqvam not exactly getting off to a flying start. Obviously, this is fine now, but turn 4 to get going isn't exactly rapid here.
Yeah, it's gonna have to, or I guess maybe you just take the burn. Yeah, I think coin is just so valuable.
Yeah.
For this Shaman in terms of getting some of those late game plays out, particularly when you pull double Nebula there off of Hagatha. I think Reqvam would have liked to see the other Frosty Decor just for, on curve 5/5 alongside the 2/4s, but...
Yeah, there is even a scenario where there's the deco he's got now and then coin Wish, depending on the board state, obviously, but that is at least an option that exists with holding the coin, as well as, of course, saving it for those 9 drops, as you pointed out.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's just so much of the Shaman is top heavy that
Yeah.
you can end up stranded if you use your coin too early.
Yeah, and got away with a burn. I think sacrificing a pop-up book is A-okay. Probably one of the better cards, right, to just get burnt out. Like, that's no problem whatsoever for Reqvam here.
For sure.
He's going to drop the Frosty and kind of hope something lives here.
And I think this is just Ashamain because discounts.
Oof.
Okay, well.
I mean, that is a lot of card draws. Oh, wait, hang on a minute.
It is, but you kind of can't play the flights very
Yeah.
easily,
There's like
right?
an easy hex if you want to hand dump, right? Just hex one of the Frosties.
Sure, but like, does flight even draw anything?
Oh,
I guess the scrounging shipwrights are Draenei.
yeah, and there's still Pirate, the Scoundrel, right?
Yeah. It's not, not quite as good as for Reqvam, but there are a few.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Ziliax, I think, is still in the deck. Right?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's not obviously the deck's not built for it, but drawing anything, especially when it's like tutoring kind of specific things, is still going to be good for FilFeel, right? For 0 mana, of course, as well. I mean, you'd take that every day of the week. So not the best cards you could have got, but by no means the worst here.
Yeah, I mean, and they are the things that cost 3 or less, right? So getting those down to 0 is pretty handy in a deck that can sometimes be quite clunky.
I think having this hex in the back pocket, especially against Shaman, right? Because they can just like throw down just so much random big clunky stuff that can be hard to deal with. Being able to just like 0 mana hex something away, got to be pretty happy with that.
It is nice, although I almost feel like the Ceaseless is a bigger deal. Having that extra Ceaseless because Nebula summons elusive minions, so you can't target those, and those are sort of the most likely things that Shaman is going to create that might have relevant death rattles or other effects like that. They're still the 9/9 from Hagatha, or like the big minions from the Grofin, but I think a lot of the times the shaman makes like multiple big things at once, and that's where having something like the ceaseless could come into play.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, what direction does FilFeel want to go here? So I'll start with bird watching. Take a little look.
Did that just buff the mini?
Yeah, it's a sandbox scoundrel, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought it would not register the mini as a sandbox gun.
Yeah, it's not really something I've thought about actually before, but I guess it does, right? It's the same name, right?
I guess.
I'm not questioning myself. It is just named Sandbox Scoundrel, right? Even though it's the miniaturized one. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just the same name. It's just the I guess the keyword on it is mini, right? So it's not affecting the name. So it's technically a Sandbox Scoundrel, which I'll admit I didn't actually really think about that until right now.
So always, weird little interactions you get to see out of Rogue when they get cards from the opponent.
They get to play with all the cards. Yeah.
And there's Fire and Belha. Nice. Although again, we're gonna burn a card to preserve coin.
Yep.
I think that's something that makes this deck challenging to play, is like recognizing things like that. That no, it is more important that I keep this coin than that I don't burn a card. I think it's easy to be allergic to burning cards, but certain times, certain decks, you just have to sort of run the probability and say, is there anything that if I burn it, I will lose in this matchup? No, not really. So it's more important that I be able to keep this coin for my top end.
Yeah, especially because so much of the power of the deck comes from 7 cost up, mainly 8 cost up, arguably. That you just need to be able to get hold of that coin and just start boosting as much as possible. We are gonna see a big push here from FilFeel though. Lost a Hex again, not the end of the world. These burns are actually being pretty nice, a bit nicer than the previous ones from Reqvam Shaman, which was the Shudder Block and Double Nebula.
Yeah, and I think it's just Nebula.
Yeah, I think so.
Nope. I lied. I guess Fyrak is, likely to get you a clear, right? Whereas Nebula, you get taunts of varying size.
Yeah, and I think maybe this is the wrong way to look at it, but I feel like Fyrak can get a little bit worse when you're in more of a dangerous situation, right? Because it can pull you out of it, but if you're on low health anyway, it can cause some problems. So maybe it's Fyrak now to try and basically do this and clear, then follow up with the Nebulas to then try and secure the board and push forward then.
And you don't know the cards your opponent got off Ashmain, so you don't know that there's potential for, refill of pretty good size minions. Yeah, Zodiac's pretty clean.
Yeah, we did see the Ziliax from Requiem side burnt as well, so that's some potential health regen lost.
This ship would fall apart without me.
I have not been keeping track on the state of FilFeel's starship. I don't think it's that big yet since the shipwrights haven't been pulled. But,
yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just basic right now.
But it is that thing where you just kind of have to keep track and say, oh, is there a chance of, Exodar lethals?
Yeah, you've always got to. It's like you played certain decks where it's you get surprised sometimes by how much damage you can do. It's no, always count, always count.
Oh, no.
Absolutely classic rag hit there. You love to see it targeting the 1/1 on the board and not literally any other target that would have been better.
Well, and I think that has led to this, bellhop play instead, because I see where Reqvam's mind was at, where it's like, well, as long as I clear one of the bigger minions, then Volcano is perfect, right? Single Volcano, because you really don't want to spend both of them. But if it hits basically anything besides face or the 1/1, so 60% odds, you get a really nice single Volcano clear.
Yeah. Okay, more Ziliacs. Pretty good, actually. Going to be able to clear up the taunts, which means it does have the option of pushing, what's that? Wait, a lot of damage.
Yeah, this might actually end up leading to the double Volcano from Reqvam.
Yeah, it might have to. I mean, this wasn't that far away from lethal, right?
Yeah, 2 off.
And we can see, of course, there's the Exodar just chilling in the far left of the hand as well, so that's a threat in and of itself.
Yeah, so let's see.
Not sure if the Ragnaros hit's going to do much here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be inclined to just save it, like full trade into one of these and then double Volcano, because, it gains you 20.
Speak to me.
I guess it gains you 19, but close enough.
Yeah, 19, 20, tomato is the same thing. But yeah, this was just, it kind of just needed to be done, right? That was just, you needed to recover the health there. He dead to so many things.
I mean, he might legitimately have been checking, like, hey, if I hear power and it hits one of these, is there a way I can gain that last point? I don't know. I think the answer is just no. Thank goodness it doesn't add up the power when you're summoning a copy in terms of dealing damage.
Oh, and just doubles it.
Yeah. But, I mean, very notable, FilFeel got a biopod. And I think, while you are reliant on sort of picking up the good stuff from your random and your discovers, when you do get the biopod, this rogue becomes a whole lot more dangerous.
Yeah. Well, you turn into a very different deck at that point.
Yeah,
Full aggro all the time.
Could have even stepped the Exodar, right?
True, actually, yeah. And never mind. Yep, not going to be enough there. FilFeel just making it 3-1 versus Reqvam. Very impressive overall, and again, maybe not the most standard lineup, let's say, from FilFeel. We've talked a lot, I mean, all day basically, and kind of literally so far, we've talked a lot about the different rogue decks, different types of other, Warlock and so on and so on. But FilFeel just making it work and looking pretty impressive. And this is what I wanted to see from this tournament today, or well, yesterday as well. But just all the different lineups and decks that people can bring, because it's not really straightforward. There's not like, oh, you bring this one rogue deck, this one of this. Like, there's so many options for players now, and it's cool to see the players that have made these top 8s actually are going down different routes with lineup building, and to see how some are paying off, some aren't, some decks are looking weak, some decks looking surprisingly strong. And I think that's definitely something that's been super fun so far. And we're only in match 1 of Europe. There's still the rest of Europe and all of the Americas to go yet.
Well, I think something that can happen when you've like just got ladder, you've just got the very, very top cut, ending up at Masters Tour, whatever, is a lot of times it's more similar thinkers. And so when you've got people coming into a top cut from an open, you end up with a lot more varied, sometimes better, sometimes worse, sometimes just different opinions of like how to approach the meta. Some people go more with just comfort picks. Some people just have different ideas of what is anti-control. Like this starship looks like sort of an anti-control lineup to me. And sometimes they get through because it hits right, and sometimes they get through because it's unexpected.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a mix of everything, right? Again, the best lineup doesn't always win. It can do a lot of the time, of course. It's arguable about what the best lineup is. But if there's something that is always true, it's that top-level Hearthstone players cannot agree on things. Because this has been true for many, many years, where it's like, no, this is the best deck. No, you're supposed to play these 30 cards. No, it's this card. You shouldn't play that card. And that will be true forever. So, and that's fine by me. It means we get different lineups and different decks and play styles, so that's all good. And we are going to go to a quick break while we get the next matchup ready for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are back now and ready to get into our next match. It's going to be Disdemon versus santamaks. And we've got another, what I think is going to be a pretty close matchup here. Disdemon, a player who's been around for a very long time. Super strong Hearthstone player. I think the last time I had a chance to, when we do our predictions for a Masters Tour, I think it was, I picked him and it did not work out. So I will not pick him, even though we're not doing predictions anyway. But I do not want to curse him because I know he's very, very good. So we'll see how it goes. But already we can see the bans here. So we're going to see Druid gone from santamaks, and Disdemon also losing Druid. So one of the rare moments, I was speaking about mirrors. It's not quite mirror matches, but a lot of similar classes in this matchup.
Yeah, the similar classes, although some very decks, right? So you've got Mech Warrior for Santa, you've got Starship DK for Disdemon. If you sort of put those in the same bucket of slower deck, I don't know. Mech is pretty aggressive. Mill Warlock for Santa and Quest Warlock for Disdemon. They do both have the Fyrakk Rogue and the Alonius Druid, though. And, sometimes I gotta wonder when the Alonius Druid, if it isn't just like, well, I don't want to get treed.
Yeah, I can see it, honestly, because the thing as well is it's... I don't even know if this is like too much of a subjective way to talk about it, but one, like the deck, you can just lose to it, right? Like, which is never fun. If it draws well, gets Alonius down, pretty much no matter what you are, you're getting blown up a lot of the time. But also the deck is good enough as well. It's not like a B tier deck that sometimes can grab wins. It is just good, and it does feel like one of the more stable ban picks here if you've not got any sort of specialized ban requirement. So yeah, I can definitely get behind this. We are going to go into this Warrior versus the Warlock though. And I don't know about, what do you think about Quest Warlock? Because I kind of love it. It's kind of my go-to Warlock right now.
So, I haven't gotten to try out too much of it with this sort of like, everyone was testing quests in sort of the initial wave, and we're still pretty early on after the balance changes that people have sort of settled on lists to come to this new Quest Warlock. But I do like to see mass production. That sort of always struck me as the like, oh, well, obviously we mass production until like our entire deck is mass productions, and we just feed those to the quest. I'm a little bit surprised that Hearthstone is not in here.
True, actually, yeah.
Because that's a way that, and I guess that just means, particularly with Horizon's Edge, that this is just trying to end the game before that would matter, but... something you can do later on is just mass production a whole bunch of times in one turn and then Hearthstone it all back.
Yeah.
But there's pretty good life gain even just from the, every other turn on average 5 lifesteal rush that you're summoning from the location. Similarly, it gives you a whole bunch of corpses. You always have corpses for Corpsicle. I think it's got a really nice synergy, and I'm happy to see it sort of like finally getting to break out.
Yeah, it's kind of fun as well, at least for me, because the deck can be very fast depending on your openings, right? You can get the quest done pretty quick, but also you've got more than enough to play even late game, right? Because you've kind of got endless minions, right? You've got like endless pressure, literally almost. So it's kind of nice. So we'll see how fast the Disdemon can go here. This deck does top out at the Summoner Dark Marrow and the Royal Librarian, so it does have the Silence in there as well that can help out speed up the game just a touch. But already there's a lot of pressure going down here.
Yeah, I mean, getting those 1-drops, getting a little bit of mana cheat off the Spelunkers, like, it's no aggro Demon Hunter, but you can get stuff in play with this deck.
Yeah, 100%. I wonder what they're going to go for here. The Mixologist looks like it might be okay. Oh, it's going to go for the cube. Okay.
A little bit unlucky on the Tide Pool hit there. I mean, it is a relatively cheap thing you can play, but you can't really fill it up in time to play.
Yeah. Not too bad though. You do sometimes make those sacrifices, right? Obviously, if you're playing cards like Solarium, you just accept it. It's kind of how the deck plays. I guess like at least it is playable if they want, right?
Yep. one drops instead.
Enjoy your planet while you still
Gonna trade off and play the imp, I guess. Yep. That should get the quest done. Turn 5, not bad. Obviously it'll be active next turn if he wants to actually play it. You do have to play the Rift, you don't just get it active. That could cause some complications with full boards and such.
Right, yeah. Although they have been more generous with the way quests interact with previous fail states, right? Like the fact that
right.
now if your hand is full, you will receive the quest as soon as there is, an opening, a space in your hand.
Which you could say, makes the game easier, and it's like, yeah, I'm fine with it though. I want the game to be a bit easier for me. I want to be punished less for my own stupidity. I'd love that. So I'm okay with it personally. But yeah, there's nothing, a slight miscalculation and you've lost your quest reward that you've just built your probably old deck around is a little bit rough. So yeah, I'm a big fan. Here's santamaks, so gonna start clearing up this board because they've taken a reasonable sum of damage. Now this can be healed back. There's big taunts in this deck as well for the warrior here, so it's not like there's any massive pressure going on right now. They're not in they're not at death's door or anything, but you do still have to be a little bit wary. You don't want to get caught out a little bit here and just go a bit too low and then suddenly you've died for no reason, right?
Right. Yeah, of course there's the trade-off of like, well, I want this discount really bad, but it costs me 5 armor.
Yeah.
And let's see, Tortola, there must be, I believe it's that, yeah, there's chemical spill, but no resurrection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because it's just chemical spell, and then there's obviously it's like the boom stuff and the cubes, right?
Yep.
This is looking nice though. Trading off a couple gets the corpse skull down as well to start doing the burn. And now this is where things get a little bit scary for santamaks, because yes, there's some defensive options. It's pretty nice for Disdemon that they have that poisonous imp just sat there, so that at least requires santamaks to do something about it, right? You can't just let it sit there and chill, because then a lot of these taunts or defensive options don't work. But most importantly, the portal's down, so even if they do have some of these more defensive things, you can just keep plugging away and keep summoning these minions just turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, and I think santamaks wishes they had just like one more mana here, in terms of you can play the dummy, you can cube it, but then you wish you could play the slam to get rid of that poison. In this case, you're sort of like hoping that your random shots take it out. Oh, I didn't see the cube had copy on it though. That is quite significant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is one of those boards that the mech warrior can make where it's just like, if these summon again, it's probably all over for you.
Oh yeah, 100%. These are the things where you're like, I felt like I was winning, right? And then you realize, well, I was, past tense.
Yeah, the Horizon's Edge makes it like decently likely, I would say, that with trading off all the minions and the corpsicle, you will be able to clear up those cubes. But it absolutely has to happen.
Okay, gonna play the 1/2 to try and just soak some damage potentially as well. Because the trade in now, it's extremely, I think this makes something live, right? So that's quite nice.
Yep.
Obviously the trade in's probably gonna wipe the rest of it though.
Yeah, but you've got the corpsicle, right? You got the magic number.
Yeah, this should still be fine, right?
The cubicle, so, and rush as well.
Yeah, I was trying to look for lethal.
with the rope burning, I think Disdemon was just happy to get the clear there, and
For sure.
There's not a ton of armor gain in this deck, right? There's like enough to sort of power your part scrapper and do other things, but it's basically shield block, safety goggles, and Torsola.
Just enough to get by. That's all. Nothing fancy. It's because it's just way more minion. It's almost like combo-y, right? It's way more minion based than some of the quest warrior, for example.
Yeah.
But I think the star of the show here for Disdemon is the fact that this Corpsicle's just been getting so much work. And I think, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, you're kind of good for corpses because you're generating these minions every single turn. And if they don't die, great. And if they do die, well, your Corpsicle's never going to end. So also great.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as long as you get the reborn with some frequency, right? Like that counts as 2, and then the other minion you summon is 1, and that makes your 1 summoning equivalent to 1 Corpscle cast.
Let's get some armor with the goggles and the testing dummy down. But still, the 5-1 is still going to put in a lot of work here.
Yeah. Ooh,
another Corpsicle.
Interesting. So, I mean, mass production would be nice just to sort of like get ramping on refilling the hand, but I think with Zephrys, you can just go look for a lethal.
Yep, damage the hero makes sense.
Oh, those are chunky.
Corpsicle's looking pretty good right now, isn't it? Okay. Wait, what's the... I guess this is fine.
I guess we're... Okay, putting the Garrosh in. Yeah, is it enough? I assume it is. Oh, right, with the EP.
Yeah, gonna go again and Corpsicle. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna... I was wondering, I was like, I'm pretty sure we can proc the Horizon again here.
Yeah,
but this is fine.
Wait. I mean, it's still probably fine, but I feel like if it's not lethal there, then I do sort of like having the Grommash.
Yeah, I think there's been a couple of turns where I'd need to just go and watch the replays because there've been really difficult turns with the with the death rattle damage, right? And then you've got to work out trading times when to press Horizon, when not to press Horizon, so on. But it does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Disdemon is going to take game number 1 with the quest lock. And again, definitely a tricky one, definitely awkward situations that he was put into against the warrior, but got there in the end. Although that looked like there were moments it felt like it could slip away just about. But I think the Corpsicle, as I said again, was just like that pushed so much damage just by itself, the original one obviously. I felt like it would just put Disdemon in such a good spot, be able to just relentlessly push damage with Corpsicle and summon the minions, because we didn't even see the charge ones at any point there, right? I think it was double like Taunt and Rush, I think. Yeah,
I'm not sure we saw a single charge. I mean, it may be like very early on, but those last several were all just Taunt, Reborn, and Rush. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were a couple times where I wondered if do we do the quest first to maybe get the rush, and then if your current 5/3 lives, you get to go face. But it is tricky when you account for testing dummy rolls.
Yeah, I think, and no doubt that there's plenty of Hearthstone players better than me, but I think what I do in situations like that, where there's so many different outcomes, I just pick a plan that will work well enough in my mind that I understand. Does that make sense? And I just stick to it. Because if I try and go overly fancy, or if I try and do things I'm not 100% sure of, I'll do something wrong, and then I'll miss lethal, and then I'll feel very bad about myself. So for me, I don't know if that's what Disdemon did there. Again, I'm not 100% sure on each of those turns. It worked out in the end, so who cares? But overall, for me, I like to just zone in on just one plan and go, because there's so many of those death rattles, and the fact that death rattles are like deal one here, deal one there, deal one here, there's so many different outcomes that could have happened when those trades happen. It's very difficult to follow up, but regardless, the Quest Warlock getting it done, and it's one of my favorite decks at the moment, so I'm happy to see it. Looks like santamaks is going to queue the warrior once again as we go into game number 2. Disdemon jumping over to the Firek Rogue. Wait, is it Firek Rogue? Hang on, I had the wrong deck list up. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I believe they both have Firek Rogue.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that and the Druid, right, with the mirrors.
Correct. Yeah, I think that we saw there how it's like, okay, well, if you have one discount but you don't have the weapon, right? Like your sort of ideal curve with the mech warrior is having, the weapon pre-equipped. You've got the discount from Part Scrapper to play your testing dummy, and then you can, testing dummy, play your weapon, maybe even, or sorry, not play the weapon, attack with the weapon.
Yeah.
Or play the mini of the weapon, then attack, right? And then you get 2 procs, then you cube, that's 3 procs. And there are times where you just get that rolling, even if they have minions to soak, you've dealt with all their stuff, they have to take care of the newly summoned testing dummy, and now if you play Spirit Singer Umbra, that's 4 death rattle, or I guess just
2. I guess really
it's just 2 that have died, but it stacks up very quickly, the death rattles in the Umbra. How's the phone call looking this turn? 767. So Naralex and Obu?
Yep.
I guess that was fine.
Okay, it's not too bad, especially because the Scoundrel are already in hand. So now you are really just missing the sort of late game stuff, right? But drawing 2 of the stronger pieces isn't so bad. But here already,
yeah,
robot already dropping down. That is actually terrifying right now.
Well, because if there's a cube, that's kind of it.
Yeah, you kind of just accept defeat at that point.
I sort of think the only option here is to step and Dubious, which is terrible. But I mean, otherwise you play Xavius and pray.
Yeah, I'm really staring, trying to work this out here. Is there anything that if you set up, like maybe a quick weapon and then Scoundrel something next turn, you could... that doesn't really work either, does it?
I mean, if you neophyte, you can at least prevent coin cubicle, right? Which is the thing you would be most afraid of. But yeah, this is the only way you
I think
clear it.
Yeah, I think you just end up... You either do this or you're rolling a very unfavored dice. I think if you leave it up, you're just asking for trouble, I think.
Yep. And then you just sort of take a turn to go Scoundrel, Neophyte or something.
My hand is too full.
Okay, burning the prep, not the best, but again, it's the price you pay for being able to clear that off.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for santamaks there, because they hit the mixologist, right? It was a 50-50 at that point. I think part of why mixologist is in this mech warrior is when you turbo out dummy like that. If you get the resurrection, it's either a 50-50 with the mixologist, or you're playing the mixologist afterwards and hit it.
Mm-hmm.
And those swings can be just massive.
It's still a little bit tricky even managing the hand at this point. The Scoundrel, of course, which is good. That's what you're aiming for, but the follow-up becomes a little bit weird.
Yeah,
Just go,
like,
okay, Scoundrel in the off, right, sure.
it's the only thing you can play that doesn't make you, burn again or like have to spend the thing you just got, right? I mean, I guess you could Scoundrel Metal Detector and not swing, and so you don't get the coin. But yeah, it always just like a little bit awkward.
Don't hang up.
So technically can Neralex Fyrak here, right? If you mini
So many options.
Neralex, then play it. You might need that more for like the clear in this matchup.
Now this is treasure.
Yeah, just go Scoundrel.
We've been seeing a lot of this.
Yeah, it's just to get it out, right? Because it's
Yeah.
a very, it's not a clunky card to play, but it also kind of is at the same time.
Yep. I think you're taking the Acera. You're able to just like not worry about the hand space with it going on top, and yeah, with Neralex you can.
Yeah, can choose to draw it this turn as well, right? They're on 396.
Yeah, I guess. Huh. And the 6 is already gone, so.
Yeah, there's only the one, right? It's just Opu, who's the 6 in the deck, which was drawn earlier anyway, so still gets just something else out onto the board, right?
Yep.
Things looking a little bit slower here for santamaks now. I think that res early, or the lack of res, let's say, really put the brakes on the game plan, didn't it?
Yeah, that was sort of
This is treasure.
what they were relying on, I think, right? Like, they still had coin to sort of get something out here a little bit faster, but a little bit of air turns, again, no weapon, no ability to cube at the same time. So, yeah, and Rogue is really able to take advantage of those weak points in an opponent. I think this is there primarily to soak, and then we might see, Scoundrel into Observer, just because if you've got a couple of big things on board, that's the time to get some secrets out.
Santa does have coin boom, but the problem is with that Ysera down, it's not the best, right? There's actually just a lot of health on the board right now.
Well, and only one resurrection, right? Since boom says different.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of the emergency buttons you can press, because
Sure.
this is not looking too good, is it?
Yeah.
One turn away from being able to drop the Ziliax. The cube, obviously, kind of pointless on its own. It's just not looking the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things the MechWare has going for it in sort of matchups where you're playing more defensively is you really want to chemical spell out Tortola
Yeah.
or Ziliax. And
Yeah, the Tortola specifically, those are the games you just win, right? You just chemical spill it out and say, yeah, nice game. Like a lot
Yep.
in certain matchups at least. And that's worth a large amount in itself. Gonna go for Spirit Singer, makes sense.
just remove as much power as possible with this. Ability to coin Ziliax next turn, right? Assuming Fyrak doesn't end it here.
It's 22 without Fyrak here with the weapon swing as well, I think.
Yeah.
Mine hatred.
Well, Fyrick take the wheel. Oh. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh!
Actually, that is just
Yeah,
enough.
that should get it done now, right?
Yeah,
'cause the clay-
a little bit extra with the weapon.
Yeah,
Yep.
wow, okay. Disdemon getting game number 2 with a win on that rogue. And again, I think I actually thought Disdemon was in big trouble there, especially with the early push from santamaks. But again, I really think it was just the resurrection. Bit unlucky there with the res, and the whole game could have looked very different. But from that point, from that res, I think Disdemon did a great job at just staying on top of the game, making some good decisions with those scoundrels, getting ready for the big Ysera turn, and then just having the Fyrack in the back pocket. Like, it wasn't a desperation Fyrack, right? And I think that's where it's really strong. Is like, yes, it can dig you out of some situations and fix some problems, but if you're ahead and you just say, oh well, this could either get me lethal or push me towards that and put on even more pressure, that's generally where it can be very powerful. And as we saw, game ending.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the decks we see right now that operate in this sort of more, you know, mid-game to late game space just have these times where you draw your curve like just slightly upside down, and that's when the opponent, particularly with this rogue, can just sort of, hey, these aren't the optimal minions, but they're minions and they're in play.
Stuff.
So,
Yeah.
you know, figure it out.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's a lot of just some of these decks right now is just sort of building your way through the game, right? Everything doesn't have to go perfect. We are going to see santamaks stick on the warrior once again, and Disdemon now just on the Death Knight. And Death Knight, this feels like I'm just glancing through the list to just triple check. I've looked at a lot of deck lists today, but this seems fairly standard, right? Kind of like the go-to Death Knight right now.
Yeah, it does have Wisp instead of instead of Ceaseless. You know, we've seen some lists going Wisp to then not have to run an 8, right? So no Shaladrasil. It's always interesting to me sort of what people choose to do in terms of that awkward spot in the curve that they want to fill. But yeah, no Ceaseless for Disdemon. Does have Shaladrasil. And then, yeah, Wisp is just like, well, this is free to play.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue, you can't make a better argument, right? It's literally free. There you go.
Yeah, it does have this silk stitching thing, which I'm not a huge fan of. How do you feel about silk stitching for the Death Knight?
I like it. I think it just gives you some sort of surprise options there, or just some extra tools to work with. But I'm already just staring. I'm slightly distracted because I'm just staring at santamaks' hand, having the double chemical spill.
Oh yeah,
which is maybe gonna get some work done with this hand.
was saving it all for this game.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, go 2-0 down and be like, it's okay. I was building up to this moment.
And now, I do think with the shape of santamaks' lineup that they're probably going for more of, you know, targeting decks like this DK, right? The sort of, you know, slower, more controlling decks, although sometimes starships do get the curves like this. And yeah, in that case, you've got just a lot of damage that can end up going face, particularly when your turn 4 is testing dummy Reqvam and Deckham. The other thing is that Tortola in this deck, while it doesn't get resurrected from Hydration Station, it is much more of a threat, right? You can't always, as a control deck, just look at it and go like, well, that's annoying, but you know, it's got a low attack value. I can just sort of wait until I find the poison to kill it. It's like, well, but there's always a chance that they just have the alchemist, right? And the crazed alchemist swap the attack, and now suddenly you're dead.
I'm just wait. Am I crazy? Yeah, sorry, I was just staring at Disdemon's deck list. And I'm looking at the thing you want. I was just looking at the wrong list. Honestly, I'm so many deck lists deep right now. I'm just staring at the wrong list. But yeah, you're completely right. The surprise damage is it's very scary. I've lost to that plenty of times on ladder.
I guess an argument for silk stitching is, I mean, obviously sometimes you play it early, but I think it is a decent thing to like activate the spell burst from your starship in the late game. You just sort of hold on to it, and it is an extra death rattle that gets procced on your starship.
And now there's that awkward scenario of, as you mentioned, Disdemon has to play the "Am I just dead?" game right now.
Yep.
Gonna go silk.
Interesting. Soul searching or anti-magic shell, I guess. It's interesting putting it on that minion, because now it's a 50-50 chance of whether you cast this or whether you get the extra minion. Whereas if you just put it on the Soulbound Spire, you get both effects for sure. And also you get to attack in and, you know, make them happen again.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Was that yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but also even the choice. I'm just gonna double check, but like, because the other one was, oh, never mind. I see. Yeah, that was just tricky, honestly. That was just hard to go for, but I do think that stitching was slightly off. Gonna be mixologist now. There is a taunt in the way, so it's a little bit annoying.
Resurrect.
We didn't get the res.
Oh no, we did. It was on the first one.
Oh, was the res first? Oh, he picked it so fast. Okay.
Yeah.
I blinked, looked at the two in the middle and the right, but yeah, there's the res. That's absolutely huge. That's what he was after last game.
Yep. And this time it was guaranteed because the mixologist was after.
Yep.
Right. And I think even they wanted to, you know, make sure to resurrect testing dummy before the Tortola dies.
Yeah. Yeah, because now this board is just a nightmare to deal with, right?
I remember this place well.
You're going for a... Yeah, I was going to say
It's
a
a
1 discover spell. You want like an asphyxiate or something? Well, I guess we're debating between armor and spell.
I don't think armor's gonna save the day, is it? Yeah, they went spell, right?
Yeah, spell and copy, right? You get to copy this starship piece, which is pretty huge. It's amazing just how much, like, of a huge deal getting a copy is right now. Like, at least is the only way you can do it.
But then because it's neutral, it lets everyone potentially do it, right? Which is kind of interesting. Yeah. It's cool. I like how many sort of layers down you can go, you know, with some of these plays and some of the tech that's in the game right now. It opens up like a lot of interesting plays.
Oh, I think Disdemon wanted the attack there, but just barely missed it.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yep, there it is.
Sometimes that happens.
That's why Disdemon wanted the attack.
Yeah, pretty brutal there. santamaks gets through that game. Does get a win with the Warrior and hangs on in the series. And that was a it was a bit more of a realistic display of what you want to do with the warrior, right? Get the early bot out and then res it and then pile on the pressure with Tortola, or in any number of different ways, whether it was that or cube or anything like that. And then it does start to snowball out of control. Obviously it ended with the alchemist doing the fun thing, I guess, but I think santamaks was still in a fantastic spot, whether that was drawn or not, honestly, because there was just reses, there was plenty of stuff in the hand as well. So a really good win there for santamaks, not going to get swept, but Disdemon still has the Death Knight to go up against the Rogue and the Warlock, so Disdemon still looking very good in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Starship DK is just very well positioned in general as like a still standing strong deck, right? Where you've got like solid control tools, and the Starship pieces are just like really good if you just kind of get them in order and can launch with X-Star or even regularly and trigger that spell burst. You can just get these massive boards very, very early, which isn't what you typically expect out of a control deck. So.
Yeah, 100%. It is our time to just tag out now, though. We've been here long enough for now, and I think you're going to have Sottle and Lorinda take over the rest of this series. So I'm going to enjoy kicking back and watching, seeing what happens. Make sure to stay tuned. We'll only be a minute. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It's me and Sottle now for the next hour and 3/4 or so, bringing you the quarterfinals of Europe region. And I'm sure that Sottle would like to talk about Disdemon for a short while, because he's been itching to all day, I think.
Yeah, in classic caster curse fashion. Several of us have been talking about like what a legacy Disdemon has at this point. Like, you know, some of us, Neil, are old enough to remember the beginnings of the days of competitive Hearthstone, and Disdemon was very much around at a very, very high level in 2015. I don't know if he stretches as far back as 2014 in terms of tournament success without going and looking that up on like.
I have. He was in a
whatever.
thing that got on Wikipedia at least for 2014. It was a small thing, but he did exist. So he was all the way back to the start.
So yeah, it's been around the entire time, and I was saying he's got to be worth a shout for, you know, most underrated player in Hearthstone history, just because of the legacy he has at a high level for such a long time. However, pretty shaky series from our boy Disdemon so far, I think. Despite being 2-1 up, multiple times where he looked a little unsure about what was going on, and multiple occasions where I think he's made some kind of objectively incorrect plays. So hopefully, for his sake, he can tighten that up towards the end now against santamaks, because he does, despite all that, have a 2-1 lead. santamaks did tweet earlier that, you know, already qualified, already locked up, points leader and all that, so was just playing this tournament for a bit of fun with a fun lineup. And it turns out that the best player in the strongest region, you can do pretty well with fun lineups as well.
And santamaks has been one of the best ladder players for sure in the Europe region for a long time now. Just quite often sits at triple rank 1, not always you know, keeping that for the whole season, but just hangs around sort of stealing back rank 1s as the months go by. It's been pretty impressive. Also, we did check this. I mentioned it earlier briefly, but if santamaks does qualify today, it is Gyu who gets into the Masters Tour, because santamaks is already qualified. So more than one person cheering santamaks on today.
Yeah, that's right. There's a couple of steps along the way. Like, that might sound like a confusing statement just based on, you know, regional differences and all that. But yeah, there are a couple of steps along the way, but it does make sense, we promise.
That's why I had to check it out. I was like, well, how does somebody from Europe qualify and help someone from APAC? But it works. TJ said it works, so it's TJ's fault if it's wrong now. Yeah, Disdemon 2016 top 4 in the they were called the Summer Preliminaries, the HCT Tour then, and then top 4 in the main event as well. So long time ago, playing this exact tournament, doing well.
This exact same tournament. With no
we're just running it back. No one will notice. It'll be fine.
To be fair, you could replay the footage of his actual live camera at that point, and you would not be able to tell the difference. So,
Stoic.
Yeah.
Unflappable.
Unflappable indeed.
Don't have to flap a bit against these though. This looks quite terrifying actually for turn 3.
Yeah. So one of them's fake. The problem is you don't know which one, and the problem is you need to damage them to find out, and they both have Divine Shield, which is extremely irritating on all fronts. You do have Coin Sanguine, which will take care of the problem.
Yes, simply guess correctly.
Yeah, just take the 50-50.
Ah, it's so important. It's not that important because the leeches will kill the damaged one anyway, but it would be nice. Okay.
Sure. I mean, you still get to take a 50-50 this way, so I guess this doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. It says no. We don't gamble here.
4/4s do challenge 2/4s quite well, I've heard.
They do.
Especially when, if your opponent's expected to do this, and I didn't recall the mulligan because I was busy saying how things were in 2016 rather than today, which is really smart of me. He may have known that was a very likely outcome and that this wasn't going to get killed by dubious purchase, so challenges the board okay.
The neophyte is pretty brutal here, though.
It really is, yeah.
To block the Sanguine, because I think that was likely the follow-up here. Of just hoping your 4/4 could trade and then have your Sanguines potentially take care of the problem for you.
So he's facing down 15. Obviously, he can deal with some of it. Is it emergency silk stitching time? You've got to play at least, right, and hope that your deck performs.
I remember this place well.
I think so, yeah.
Raptor's copy. I guess you're low enough, you might want armor.
I mean, I can see the argument for spell as well. I wouldn't dispute any of those three. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Raptors from the first pick, but the second pick I think was wide open.
Yeah, you really got to plan what you think's going to happen, but playing that and buying yourself 6 armor for me would be... You're going to be low after this turn, so I would go for the armor, but I understand the other choices are good too.
Now this is treasure.
What's the problem when you
Yeah,
play
my
against
argument is
Rogue
that, like,
is
even
this.
based on what you're seeing and just adding some board to it from your opponent's 5 mana, if your turn is location, click the location, attack with the Raptors, that's not clearing the board, right? So what's the point in gaining 6 armor if that leaves 6 up on the board? You might as well look for a spell to try and do something more powerful.
All right. And now it's kind of important we know, because Corpse Explosion is super tempting now.
Yeah, Corpse Explosion lines up extremely well into this board that was made here. Okay, it was game 6, fine.
There's something about the elite location. The second press, I mean, it's the exact same amount of time as any other location in the game, but it feels like it takes forever sometimes. 2 turns is a long time to get your
Oh,
buff,
just
is
to,
what
like,
I'm saying.
reopen again?
Yeah, it's like, come on, where are you? I need my armor again already.
I thought you were talking about, like, animations or something.
No, just literally, like, because the power level's high, you're wanting it open faster, you're, like, willing it to be back, and it just isn't, because that's not how the game works. Oh, that's actually not great at the other end, is it now?
No, discounted Shaladra, nothing to sniff at though. Give you plenty of gas in the meantime until you can find yourself a Ysera or a Fire Rack.
We're dreaming our own 1-1?
I don't think so.
Time's ticking.
Because, so if you draw a dragon, you've got 7 coin dragon anyway, right?
Yep.
So you don't need it for that. You don't need it to play all the burn in your hand.
You do
So I
need it
think
for the
it's-
dragon you have. I see what you mean. Yeah, you've got coin dragon anyway. Got you. I'm with you. Good.
Yeah. You don't need it to just, if you're just planning to play every card that says damage on it, you don't need it for that either. So I think it's probably just better to keep it as a utility, like a defensive utility card. I say defensive, you know, sapping taunts to push damage is not exactly defensive.
Yeah. Removal is cool. That must be everything, right? Because it's instant. Yeah, that's lethal.
That's a lot. Just needs the dagger on top.
2-all. I don't know what
Yeah, I think-
was mucking about at. Let's get on with these games.
I think this illustrates the point of keeping the dream, though. Like, if somehow a 6 health plus taunt had come out of nowhere there, then suddenly you're looking for the dream. Even a crystal, right? Even though it would get cleared, the armor gain would prevent the lethal, so you'd want the dream in there to throw it out, that kind of thing. So I think very well played. Just so much pressure early on. That's what the early pirate draws can do if you hit them with the rogue. And all going all the way to game 5 now. Disdemon being pegged back on the Wisp DK.
Big fan of turning up for a tournament you already qualified for with literally nothing to gain apart from having a fun weekend with decks you just enjoy and going, you know, top 8 and 2-all. Like, big fan of this.
Yeah, why not?
Because
right?
the dummy warrior is very playable, but it's, you know, I don't think we've seen it anywhere else, have we? So, in this tournament.
Yeah. The problem, though, is that the fun might come to a crashing end. Because Mill Warlock is probably not as much fun into this matchup as the other decks that Santamax is playing. But we do finally get to cast some Mill Warlock. Like, That's
I was excited
right?
for you. I knew you've wanted to cast this since forever, and it's just been me and Raven casting it every single time in every single tournament. The two players who have played the least Millwall. I've played a bit now, but Bob keeps beating me, so I just don't talk about it. Yeah, Wisp Silk Stitching, keep that.
I mean, that sounds extremely overpowered.
Turn 1, Wisp Coin Silk Stitching. Opponent just concedes, right? It's over.
Yeah, let's see why not. How do you beat that? That's so much free mana.
So, tell me about Mill Warlock. You've been waiting in the wings to correct everything I've said wrong over the last 3 months. All of it.
There wasn't, to be fair, the one earlier, there wasn't an awful lot to get wrong. It's just like Maxi just got the actual irreplaceable win condition sucked out of his deck every single time he played it. So, yeah, then that does become a bit of a problem.
He tried, right? He gave it a good old try, like copying the Kill Jaden and sort of finding a way to actually have a win condition. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the problem, isn't it, with this deck? Like, on top of all the other problems, like it's really hard to play.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Like it is very fragile, especially that I'm just going to check the build here, but Maxi always plays one Archdruid, which I assume is standard because
same.
it's nice and sort of streamlined.
Yep.
One in here. It's the sort of deck building mistake I would make to play 2 of everything, right, and sort of have redundancy, and then suddenly your deck's garbage.
Yeah, and then you've just got a handful of minions that do absolutely nothing for the entire game instead of card draw and removal that you need to fit in there instead. Yeah, it is unfortunate, but it is a weakness that you kind of have to open yourself up to.
Yeah, you end up dumping one anyway, and then the other one gets ratted, and you might as well have only had one in the first place.
Yeah, right. Like, I've got too many cards in my hand. I can't clear space for this like Ancient of Yore Cursed campaign that I need to do. Okay, well let's dump some of these 2-ofs that I put in my deck. And that doesn't make any sense, does it?
No. Yeah, it's tempting. You don't want to pay 4 for a table flip, but it looks kind of good right here. So. Interesting saving the charge on the location. I know that, a lot of the wisdom is to get the charge on location down to 2 very quickly, so you've got the consume options available to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough sell because, the only games you saw Maxi play, he had to tempo Giants as a win condition. It was the only way he was ever going to win, but this isn't a deck that ever backs that up. It's not like, Warlocks of old, where those 8/8s were supported by lots of other threats very rapidly afterwards.
Oh, but they're
so it's
removable
more
as well.
They do function as removal, yes. Yeah, of course. But it's generally more important to have those locations queued up for like eternal layover turns, for example. Like you don't want your location to be on cooldown on a turn that you desperately need it. And santamaks doesn't really have a lot of information right now as to when he's going to want those location turns to go because there's no Yore yet, which means your deck is doing nothing. So just stretching out the tools he's got as long as possible.
I don't know if this is an actual difficulty of the deck, but the thing I find really hard and really amazing when I watch the top players with it is how quickly they cycle through without cluttering their hand up with things. Like they seem to be able to keep their hand size exactly at the right number, which gets awkward when you've got 2 or 3 Yores in play as well, or none, as santamaks has unfortunately got for them. Is that actually difficult, or is it just something that mechanically is awful in my game? Because it looks really hard.
It's very difficult. It's something that you do eventually learn a bit of a feel for. It's more complex than OG handlock rules, but if you spoke to anyone who's played more than 100 games of handlock, they can tell you on turn 1 how much their giant is going to cost when they play it and on what turn and how many cards that leaves them with in hand, because you just learn that information. It's just a memorization trick. That is largely the same with a lot of recognizable openings that you can have with Mill Warlock, but it's just infinitely more complex because Hearthstone is an infinitely more complex game than it was in 2014 at this point. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, even the most simple of decks now, you have so many decisions on a lot of turns. Especially on Buff Hunter, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, normally the decision is which curse word to throw at the gilly that you just drew. That's the.
I've never drawn it, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, no, true. Actually, I'm talking. So I missed you
What's
with
a
that one.
gilly?
Sorry, I forgot who I was dealing with. It's like a bear, but it's terrible and it ruins everything.
Oh yeah, I won't draw that then. That'd be terrible. Why would I do that ever? This is, of course, the power of this Mill Warlock. We seem to see it going into all the control decks all the time. But imagine that's your aggro deck with only 2 reload available. Like, the game's just ended now, right? Like, you just kill their one health minions, you blow things up with table flip, and you're looking at your hand on the other side with sort of 4 1/1 paladin cards or whatever that deck is, and you're like, I think I might have lost.
Yeah, Lucky Cat's aggro priest has conceded by now, and we're in the next game.
Yeah, that's the one. And it is a large part of power, right?
Yeah, and I was talking about this earlier. Like, I did think that opening clash in APAC between Maxi and Katagami was really interesting, because on the surface, like, there was a bunch of aggro in the rest of the field for APAC. So on the surface, it looked like Katagami would be in the more beneficial position moving forward. But actually, despite Maxi having like good anti-control lineups, like a lot of his decks double up, right? Like table flip, location, all of that stuff in this deck, as well as it being like a good control buster. It also has all the tools it needs to really deal with like super all-in aggro. It doesn't deal well with the most common style of aggro in Hearthstone now, which is like resource refilling aggro that can just keep going forever.
Right.
That does become a problem.
Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to it, you know, seeing the other side of this, because I think every time we've had this on stream, you know, ever,
oh dear,
this deck has been up against control, so we haven't had a really good look of how it can just murder a deck on turn 4 and end the game.
That's true, actually. santamaks just having to carve away some damage here.
And this is the difference I was talking about earlier for various other decks, and it'll come up again through the day, where you've got this shit DK. Like, you're forcing santamaks to do things they don't want to do. Of course, they're on 15, and now they have to kill things and mess around. And what they want to be doing is drawing cards and, you know, setting up nice combos.
What they want to be doing is rewinding 3 turns and playing an Ancient of Yore.
That was a massive mistake not playing the Ancient of Yore that wasn't in the hand at the time. It's a shame. Here comes the Wisp. It's all over now. Yeah.
It's going to launch and activate. Yeah, I like it.
Turns out that good players know that there's a Starship button that does things on turn 7.
Ooh, good players don't hit the 3/3.
They don't, do they? Mr. Dung.
Yeah, that was a good spot there. Disdemon noticing with the double cheap spell, you could actually just kill the statue and activate all in the same turn. And with the amount of power that's been, the amount of removal, sorry, that's been used from santamaks already, Disdemon well within his rights to think that this stuff might just stick around, especially since it's resistant to Reborn from the Eternal Layover.
And it's so early as well, like there's no sort of Isira down, so there's no danger of dying anytime soon from Disdemon.
Yeah, and because of the lack of yours from santamaks, that thing you're saying of how quickly and efficiently that they can dig through their deck, with Mill Warlock, it's just not the case. Just stranded with so many cards left. Still.
It looks deeply unpleasant. Robot. Oh my goodness.
This has gone badly.
This has not gone well. Oh no.
I think that might be a leave. Yeah, I was going to say
leave.
that looks very lethal on boardy to me. Disdemon getting it done in the end. Shaky moments, as mentioned, but in the end, the Death Knight just having that well, certainly a decent matchup against Mill Warlock. Again, I think you had this discussion very well with Pocket, where when you get to these kind of freak decks that have one-off specialists for them, like the stats, the numbers don't exist. My experience with that matchup is completely irrelevant to like Maxi's experience with that matchup, for example. But certainly, like, it's one of the ones that I have flagged as somewhat tough with that particular version of the Death Knight to be able to get through. And particularly if you're not going to hit an Ancient of Yore, like, you might as well just pack it up, because it is, of all the decks that rely on Yore as an engine, I feel like that is the one that really does live or die by it a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think so. Like you see them when that deck wins, which there was a lot of it on Maxi's stream yesterday. If you want to see the deck actually winning,
Yeah.
Like you play a Yore, you end up getting 2 Yores. You get to no cards in deck on turn, 10 or 11 with 13 or 14 mana. The game ends. I mean, it doesn't if you're me, but if you're Maxi, the game ends. Your opponent explodes. But if you have none of that going on, if your opponent's not giving you time to draw more cards, you don't even get to your Yore because you're trying not to die, so you can't hero power, you can't draw, you can't cycle through. And yeah, everything snowballs against you really quickly. And Disdemon goes through, and Gyu won't be in the Masters Tour.
Wow, true. Yeah, I guess that is the hidden byproduct that we do need to keep considering. But, santamaks showed up, had a good time. We'll be seeing a lot more. If you enjoyed any of that play, we'll be seeing a lot more of santamaks as we move forward throughout the competitive year. But we still have plenty of Europe. We are 2 opening series through our European day so far, and it looks like we are moving on to Ryan versus Norwis, which I don't know if our graphic here is accurate, but it looks like this one might be hanging around at 0-0 as well from what we're seeing.
It won't be hanging around at 0-0 for long if it is. These are some decks. Let's have a quick look to emphasize that a bit more. They both have the Firak Rogue.
Mm-hmm.
They both have... Oh, no, sorry. Ryan has Aulonius Druid. Norwis has Imbued Druid. Ryan has the Shaman and the Protoss Priest. Norwis has the Aggro Demon Hunter and Drunk Pally. Yes, I know I did that in an awful order. I thought they were a bit more matched than they were, so I was going to they've all got this. This is the difference, but it ended up me alternating and making it confusing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone really followed that at all. So, yeah,
But Norwis has Rogue, Demon Hunter,
Yeah.
Paladin, and Imbued Druid is the important thing.
Yeah, Norwis has a fairly rapid lineup. 3 aggro decks, if you want to look at it that way, if you want to include Imbued Druid in the aggro deck stakes, which I guess you probably do, and then Fireact Rogue, which can certainly be slow but can have blowouts as well. Ryan, on the other hand, pretty standard mid-rangey lineup that we're seeing from a lot of people. Fireact Rogue in there, Aulonius Druid, Nebula Shaman, and the Protoss Priest. So, you promised us a quick one. I'm not necessarily sure it's going to live up to that expectation, because Ryan might still have something to say about that.
I think outside of the Shaman, Ryan's decks live or die by turn 9 or 10, though, at the latest. Like, if you haven't done your Druid thing on that turn 9, of course you've exploded. The Shaman can grind.
Is that true with the Ziliax location?
Not as much.
Of your
Not
version
as
of
much.
the deck?
Definitely not as much. You
Yeah,
can survive. But you still have your tree and your stuff going on pretty quickly if you're surviving the Ziliaxes, because you get time to
Yeah,
spawn.
I think that's the thing. It's like, if you get a Midrasil down, both versions of the deck end the game pretty quickly. But I think this version of the Druid is just prepared to drag games out a little bit longer in those games where you don't just get your third proc of tree to go off before turn 8. and you have to engage your brain a little bit and think about Hearthstone. I know that's a strangely foreign concept to you, but it can.
Unlikely. Hey, I got out. I'm just gonna call it tree for the whole. I called it tree for 1100 games. I can't call it a magician. Yeah, exactly. There you go. It's true.
You literally can't call it a
Actually, can't call it whatever the word is. It's called. So it's tree to me, I'm afraid, for this series. But yeah, I got out treed when I played the show match. So yeah. All right, Norwis with Living Roots and Opening Hand, which is pretty decent in Imbue. Ryan with decisions to make. Elaborating on that, obviously you want to look for your tree, but Dollhouse is decent. Swipe's pretty good when you're playing against Imbue, although I wouldn't keep it. And if you're keeping the Swipe, you're considering keeping the Vista, and Ace of Yours is just a good card. So I think you just keep the Dollhouse, but anything might happen here for this mulligan.
I agree. I think I'm just keeping Dollhouse. Wow, Ryan actually full sense. There you go.
There you go.
That's why you do it.
That's what you do.
Ryan
Yeah.
knows.
Oh my! The rest of the hand's good as well. Look at it.
Yep.
Actually tasty.
It's the good stuff.
No, you're not coining hero power. Play the card.
We've seen coin hero power this tournament, right? The Quest Mage coined hero power against the 3-1 from Priest instead of playing Quest, and it kind of won the game. In a long time since I've seen coin hero power win a game of Hearthstone, but there you go.
It saves a lot of damage, doesn't it? Especially in Quest Mage, if you're not wasting your time on the quest if you're not discovering anyway. So yeah, why not?
Exactly.
Right, you actually have to genuinely think here for about half a second.
No,
You're
you
taking
don't.
a lot of
no.
damage next turn.
Stop humming. What are you going to do? Coin swipe and not play your tree? No, obviously you're not going to do that.
So the big deal, if you've not seen the tree, I was going to try and pronounce it, I just can't. The big deal about getting you down on turn 3 or turn 4 isn't that you get to do something on turn 3 or turn 4 that's spectacular. It's that you get to do something 2 turns later that wins the game.
Yeah.
Like you get all that mana in 2 turns later, which usually revolves around clearing the board, putting things of your own on the board, and surviving 2 more turns, which gives you the 3rd push of the tree, which does then just actually win the game a lot of the time. Don't fall for it. It's a trap. If I could just put this 4/1 1-on-1 health minions down on the board, maybe my opponent won't tree me. I mean, now you're getting swiped as well, right?
Yeah, we've hummed for the appropriate amount of time. And now
Tree buttons.
hit our opponent with the tree.
Innovate swipe is also there because it's so silly. Oh no.
So how much mana do you have? Sorry, how many
No.
games have you played of Fifth Druid?
No, I know what Innovate does, all right?
Would you like to share the number of games that you've played on this deck?
It's
with
about,
our
not on this
beloved
version,
viewers?
on the original version with no new cards, I played about 1,100 games. It's
Did the
well-
version you've played 1,100 games of play Tree, Innovate, and Swipe in it?
Waits for no one.
Probably.
Okay.
It was a long time ago now. It was last week. Genuine question here, though. Do you Living Roots to put some more 1/1s on the board because you're facing a load of 1/1s? That's actually something you've got to think about because you might want to play an Ancient next turn.
I think it's more likely that you want the Living Roots to be an additional source of 2 damage than you want pings.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Just try to spend my mana.
No, I understand. I think, so Flutterwing Guardian is actually a decent argument for it, because then that sets you up for a potentially better swipe if you have the extra 1/1s in play, assuming your opponent lets you keep at least one of them going into the next turn.
You don't
But I
mind
don't
if
think
they
it's a
don't,
big
yeah.
enough deal.
Like if they're messing around killing your 1/1s with their 1/1s, then that's a win. So
Yeah, like this 1/1 into 1/1 trade means that you get to keep a 4/4 instead of a 3/4 against swipe sometimes, which, yeah, I just don't think that's a particularly big deal.
yeah. Take your not much next turn. Take 9. Gain 5 back. Set up tree. Next turn is incredible.
Yeah, just look for more options next turn. Between chalices, swipe, roots, look for spell damage location.
Yep.
If you hit spell damage location here, then you're absolutely in business. Sing-along buddy is about the worst thing that you could possibly see. Now spell damage might feel like a bit more of a necessity than a nice to have in this position. Vista is a brick.
Yeah, I mean, the buddy obviously is really powerful. Also, it means you can't kill other cards because you have to kill the buddy, so... If you are going to swipe, you want to swipe before you chalice, right? To eliminate that divine shield, give yourself a decent chance of killing the other things, get the maximum damage on the widest board.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do because of board efficiency. The problem becomes like mana efficiency and draw order, right? Because
Yeah.
you could create the argument that you'd rather spend 2 mana and then draw for Dollhouse first, yeah, and then you'd still have 5 mana left to be able to Dollhouse swipe afterwards. I don't think that ends up being good enough. Like if you started with Arcanite and 1 Chalice, and then you hit this outcome and you get to go Dollhouse swipe, I don't think that ends up being good enough anyway. So it's probably better to do it this way around.
You have to decide if you want a Dollhouse living roots and then just launch the chalice into the void, because you can afford to do that just about. You've still got your second draw, right? Okay. Choosing to just do 1,000,000 next turn, which I like it.
Yeah.
Now I've seen it. I didn't think of it. Now I've seen it. Cool. This gets the maximum use out of your location, of course. So. Is it enough? This might be a
5,
problem.
8, 11, 15, 18, 22 plus a divine shield on the board. So just with the chalices and roots, you only have 15. So you do need a significant amount of help from something without a lot of mana to be doing it with.
Yeah. Even second swipe's no good now you've spent 1 mana. If they'd hit the swipe there, that'd have been fantastic, obviously.
Yeah, using the roots first for maximum efficiency on exact 3 health targets. There's only 1 superior target in the 5/5 that you would want to kill before any of those anyway. Problem is you're now
right?
only firing 9 damage.
I concede.
That's not good enough.
Wow. Norwis takes a 1-0 lead pretty rapidly there. So tree, double yaw in the hand at the start there. And just
Yeah,
got
the
mown
yaw,
down.
the yaw is the bigger question to me. So obviously, you can tell from the way we were talking about it, we all fully agree with greeding it up until the point where the tree came down.
Yeah.
The yaw hitting play instead of a soft clear the turn afterwards, just swiping the 3/4 and all of the 1/1s and just leaving the 4/4 up in play, that I found a little more surprising. Obviously, yaw is yaw. Playing yaw on 5 is hard to dispute a lot of the time. But because you had the draw lined up from the tree anyway, it didn't feel like you were going to be short of cards for very long at that point, and just making sure your health was protected to give yourself enough time to spend the cards that you had felt like a bit more of a priority to me. But you are fighting an uphill battle when you're trying to convince people not to play You're on 5. Not as much of a battle as not having to play Tree when it's immediately available, but certainly an uphill battle.
I will also fight most people on throwing away spell damage to your opening hand. Especially against now a deck that you know is going to be putting a lot of stuff on the board.
Sure, yeah.
Good. There are better players than me who do throw it away. Some also keep it, but I prefer to say that my deck that has lots of spells that do damage in them, I want to keep my spell damage, especially against something that needs, you know, very early response. But it is one card that isn't the good card, so
yeah, and it's hard.
The argument the other way.
If people aren't aware how much of an outlier like the idea of just throwing away your entire hand, no matter how appealing, looking for one card might sound foreign to some people, but you have to be aware of how much of an outlier in terms of win rate Midrisil is in the opening hand over absolutely everything else in the deck. It is a massive spike in every single matchup. It is well worth mulliganing for super, super aggressively. But I think you make a valid point in that it's the aggro matchups where you can probably entertain the idea of keeping other cards a bit more to be able to survive long enough to actually, you know, use all of that mana and spend those cards even if you do get the tree.
Yeah, it just makes your Chalice so much better, which is one of your, you know, prime removal cards. Well, this is the pattern, okay.
Dude, there was just a Muckler on screen. I was panning over to the deck list like, wait, what's he queued? Okay, so there's Muckler in the aggro Demon Hunter for Norwis. He's also drawn double 1 Muckler, which is about as good as it gets. But we do have Barnabas Tree on the other side as well, so hard to have any complaints for either of these players.
Are we coining New Heights or we play Barnabas?
It's a good question. So if you coin New Heights, you're then going into Midrisil straight. You don't have the coin anymore. You just drew Living Roots, though, so you can then go Midrisil, click Roots. And then you have, at a bare minimum, 2+3, even with no further draw on the next turn. So yeah, I think this makes sense.
Yeah, it's one of those things that in my trillions of games of this deck, or a similar version, I realised very quickly that, or I was shouted at very quickly, that you can't just, like, mechanically do it. You have to actually work out which one of those is best. Like some older Druid decks,
yes,
the ramp was a very, very given pattern that you just did in a certain order. This one, you have to look at the board and see if you're saving a coin or not.
Yeah, so it sounds weird, but sometimes coining ramp 1 turn earlier makes you 1 turn slower, because if you can look at your next few turns and there's a turn where there's a gap in your mana, like say your turns go from spending 4 mana to 6 mana, well then if you'd have kept the coin, then you could have just used the coin to get to that 6 mana, to bridge that gap between 4 and 6 on that turn, which makes you a turn quicker, not a turn slower by holding on for a turn. So it is definitely worth just sitting and planning out exactly what your turns look like, whether you coin the ramp or don't.
And that can be super important. I mean, for obvious reasons anyway, because, you know, we know that, you know, having as much mana as possible is useful, but especially if Insidious is coming into play in this sort of matchup, quite often it is the difference between life and death. But again, taking damage very rapidly here.
I mean, there's a freaking giant monkey on the other side of the board. What are you supposed
You know what
to
would be
do about
good
that?
right now to have in play, though? When your opponent has 10 health in play, I wouldn't mind having spell damage. That's my argument. I'm sticking to it.
Well, now you're supplanting an entirely different mulligan into this game.
I'm just changing the tree. Actually, I wouldn't have the living roots, would I? So, yeah. No, he threw it away again in this game. He threw away
Really? Okay, I didn't catch that.
He threw away
Okay.
spell damage swipe in this game.
Ah, I see.
In this particular matchup, there's a case for keeping both of those, I think. If you kill their early boards, you really have a lot of time.
I still don't think you'd catch me keeping swipe.
I don't
ever
think
in
I
any
would either,
matchup.
but I would argue for it at least.
There's a lot of things you argue for that you don't end up actually believing in, though.
Yeah, pretty much everything, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Well, whatever the defense mechanism seems to be kicking into on this particular day.
Yeah. It's fine, though. I'm sure. What if he has swipe? No, the swipe is quite often quite clunky. Genuinely joking with that, although I would consider it. I would throw it, but I would. I would.
Are you
just,
sure?
like, throw it.
Are you sure you wouldn't like a more comfortable seat than that fence that you're sat on?
Okay, I'm willing to say that I would probably throw it about 80% of the time and keep it sometimes to check out that I wasn't wrong.
That's just leaning one buttock off one side of the fence. You're still sat on the fence.
That's fine. It's a start.
Okay.
You've got to climb off the fence slowly, otherwise it'll hurt.
Alright.
Meanwhile, we're getting some armor. We're going to kill some things. It just looks so much like the previous game. Oh my goodness.
It really does, doesn't it? We're just sat here looking at this 4-on-1 health board and not having any way to remove it and thinking we're all looking for the person who did this.
Alright, just win the 1 in 25, you'll be alright. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Or the other way around. Hit it with all the shots or none of the shots. Not one of them. That's
Yeah,
a
one's a
disaster.
tragic mistake.
Yeah.
Alright. 7. How much is in the other hand? So much. Don't think it's lethal, is it? But it's an awful lot of damage.
5, 6, 7, 9. Location. No worthwhile way of activating hot coals, I don't think.
Yeah. Working out whether to trade to protect the Mutlu, I guess.
No, I think it's just face hunter logic that's going down, right? Is like, does weaving in this hero, like, have I got time to spend all these damage cards in my hand?
Right.
In which case, +1 damage from the hero power.
Which, as you can see, is a lot in this situation when you're running out of stuff. Your opponent's on 3 instead of 4. Might matter.
Yep.
And you're going into the last turn of the game because, you know, things like Ziliacs are going to happen really, really soon. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. There's an innovate.
Really soon.
But there's only one of them. Do you ever sometimes look at other classes and just think it's really sad that they don't get to play Scoundrel?
Actually, I look at one class. I think it's really sad that they do get to play Scoundrel.
Nah. That's deranged. That's the wrong way of looking at it completely.
Yeah. It's such a silly
I
card.
remember this place well.
Imagine looking at a 9-mana card in your hand and having to wait until the little number by the mana crystals actually says 9 before you can play it. That's so cringe.
I mean, if he'd drawn a file, he wouldn't have to worry, would he?
Yeah, true.
With the tree, you know.
And all that spell damage he's got knocking around.
Yeah, it's really awkward when you're casting something you have an opinion on, like a certain mulligan, and it just happens to go your way. It's like, hey, look
Yeah.
at me, I was so
Yeah.
right, I'm definitely great. But, you know, obviously there's a million other outcomes that could happen other than that spell damage mattering precisely twice. But it did, and Norwis is 2-0 ahead in very rapid time.
Which is the other thing you're proving to be very right about so far, is how fast this series is flying by, because that is 2 extremely fast wins for the 2 aggro decks. But there is now a rogue remaining for Norwis, and it is, I believe, just double-checking, yeah, the Fyrak rogue from Norwis, which, yep, can have some absolute blowouts if it hits the absolute nuts, but can also just settle out for a longer and grindier game overall, so this will probably be the lengthiest game of the series so far.
Especially if it's against Shaman. That can take a
Oh,
while, while you just hit each other with your things that you have lots of things of. That can really take some time.
It can, yeah, and it's where Ashermain really comes in to shine. We've already seen that once today, actually. The early Ashermain coming against Rogue. It was a different Rogue matchup. Sorry, as Rogue coming against Shaman. It was a different Rogue matchup. I believe it was a Starship Rogue in that instance, but Shaman, one of the, I think, better decks in the meta to be hitting that Ashermain against, just because a lot of their cards are just so generically high value, unsituational, just cards that make efficient things on the board or really effective removal, that kind of thing. So really effective.
They're cards that Rogue would want, right? You're playing the reason you're playing only 3 sort of 9-drops in Rogue is there's only 3 really ones that you want to cheat out early. But Shaman's like, yeah, I want to cheat out Nebula. That looks like fun. Because they're
you can just
the
get
same as yours, but you're a Rogue.
You can just get another copy of the Ziliax that you already play, except it's got the Scoundrel discount already applied to it because it's 3 cheaper. Or Nebula, same thing. Alakir the Windlord, fantastic. Wish Upon a Star, even phenomenal, like, because you can just explode those boards out of nowhere. You see how often the Rogue gets usage out of the Savage Roar effect from a location, for example, right? Well, Wish Upon a Star, same thing. So there's just so many great hits for Ashermain in the matchup.
Are you a believer in this Shaman? I was, and then I saw today where it's.
I always have been, like, pretty consistently from throughout the various power levels and iteration of this deck, and it has only really gone downhill in power level over time. It used to be you just played all of those cards we just mentioned in one turn on turn 6 with very minimal effort, and that's not a thing anymore. But yeah, I generally always have been a semi-believer at the very least in the Nebula Shamans.
Yeah, the old ones made more sense to me originally, but yeah, I'm getting the hang of this now. Make good, cheap cards, get on with your life, buff them a bit. Whereas before, it was a lot more Nebula focus, wasn't it? I think
it was. Yeah, it was much more linear but explosive. You didn't have as many strong turns throughout the course of the game, but your turns that were powerful were very often like individually game-winning in single turns, whereas now it's a little bit more back and forth to the deck overall. But I think in general, you've always struggled a little bit, jokes aside, about Bear Hunter. You have never really gelled with hand buff as a mechanic outside of that one.
I was going to say exactly that before you said it, actually. Yeah, that was my next line. I agree entirely. I find investing in my future minions... I want to play them now. I want to invest in my future minions. What if they explode?
I love
play
it.
Them while I can.
It just tickles the right part of my brain to look at my hand and just seeing massive numbers on all of the cards.
Which is really funny, right? Because I am the one who plays the hand buff hunter and you don't. That's the one that has the massive numbers on your cards.
No. It has massive numbers on one card, and then you play that card, and then none of your other cards do anything. That's the difference, you see.
You don't need.
I want massive numbers on all of my cards. I was a hand buff paladin enjoyer. That's how much of a degenerate I am. Yeah.
But yeah, this is something about Bellhop that is overlooked. Both sides of it, actually. First of all, there's this, where you just get 2 3/3s on turn 2, and that's fine. And the other side, where sometimes you don't get the big spell, but you play 1 6/6 on like turn 4, and that's also fine. And obviously, the goal is to get the 2 6/6s on turn 4, which is obviously wonderful and what you're trying to do. But just don't be scared to put your fairly good, efficient thing on the board, just so it's not perfect. There you go. That's how you do it. Not often you don't, in the old deck, that you would see the Fairy Tale Forest just sitting in your hand on turn 3, after a coin on turn 2 as well.
No, yeah, absolutely not. Well, just the combination of those two locations with the Hunter location that you're playing via the Tourist, you just be trying to get those big Murmur pop-offs as soon as you can. That was kind of the deck in a nutshell.
Yeah, I understand Norwis's troubles here. Like, Observer when you're behind on board is sometimes a bit of a sad panda, isn't it?
Bargain bin Oasis.
Oh, we have things now. Awesome. Well done, everybody. The bellhop does summon 2 5/5s, right? If it hits explosive runes. Except one dies, the other one lives, right?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't got a 4-mana play, so this is your 4-mana play. Unlucky.
Brief heart in the mouth as the secret procs, but I think it being bargain bin is something that you are at least relatively happy with there over the alternative.
Yeah, and this is something that took me a while to learn with Rogue. This is where you're supposed to start coming back. You're allowed to be a little bit down, which is really weird for Rogue decks. But you are allowed to be a bit behind at this point, but you do have to then come back strong. And without a Scoundrel, that's a lot harder.
It is, but Dubious Purchase is at least a decent backup prize here. Just enough mana to be able to snipe out the 2 small minions first, and then rip a guaranteed 5/5 with the Doobie. Oh, actually going to hold off. Wow, greeds it. Oh no, you get another coin, so you can actually fall clear. You can actually quad coin Doobie here. I've missed this play entirely.
And this is something, I was talking about it earlier, but this is the first time we've really seen it happen that I was talking about. Don't hold your cards for a rainy day in the current build of Rogue. Like, you don't run out like you did in the old days when you backstab things and suddenly you've got no cards left. Just play your cards and get some stuff down as quickly as you can. You'll fill your hand up anyway. It took me so long to get a head around this.
Yeah, and it is an adjustment to this deck. Like, this deck draws gas a lot more often than an average rogue does. And a lot of these tempo-focused rogues in the past, there is some element of trust your deck, but as you mentioned, those decks often still played backstabs and additional air cards in there. Whereas a lot of this deck is hits because of the addition of, even something like Creature of Madness taking the place of some other innocuous card. If you draw this off the top after you've just had one huge tempo turn that played all of your cards, it's still some things to play, right? And then there's Xavius as well, which can immediately refill you, Elise, which can immediately refill you, all of your expensive 9-drops and so on that can give you long-term gas depending on what stage of the game that you're at. So there can be a lot of positions where it is just dump your whole hand and just trust your deck if you haven't had that really smooth draw where your hand is just refilling every turn.
Yeah, that's the other thing. If you do use all those coins there, like my original brain is like, but now I can't play my 9-drops. There's only 3 of them, so the chances are you're going to draw, something that you just do on turn 6, just some stuff.
Yep.
Which is exactly what Norwis has done. Just here's some stuff, get on with your life. I think he is still a bit behind here, though. The lack of a Scoundrel is becoming irritating.
It is, but he only needs 1 coin here, and he can still make some extremely powerful plays anyway. So Ryan does have to be careful.
Here? Let me have a look through the deck list. I feel like spending 3 mana doing nothing here was slightly unusual. We've used both bellhops. There's Turbulus. There wasn't a lot else to hit.
Well, I think the scary part here is just what exactly playing minions does to your opponent into your favourite cards. I think that's why this turn is card draw and hex, is your opponent has 7 mana, and if you've been keeping track, your opponent has 7 mana and no additional mana gain in hand. They haven't played a 5-mana pirate, they've used every coin they have access to. So giving them that 8th mana is actually a huge deal on this turn, and the best way that you have to avoid that is pretty much passing your turn and just drawing cards and dumping a hex from your hand, essentially.
Big fan of Metal Detect, honestly.
Oh, I know.
A dream come true.
Maybe you should learn to play around it a bit better like this, huh?
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely, though. If there's a minion on the other side, it would have been absolutely catastrophic for Ryan there, so... Even now Alex and Asura. And Asura ends the game really, really rapidly.
Yeah. It's more so than that as well. It's Naralex, Ysera immediately protected by secrets as well, with the Observer coming down from the immediately regifted mana from the Ysera. which is a pretty disgusting turn to have to deal with.
And he is still going to have to deal with it just a turn later. I mean, it's a huge amount later is one turn in Hearthstone, but yeah. I know it's one of your favourite things when people say, but they've only nerfed it by 1 mana.
But for the sake of 1 card in your deck.
I remember this place well.
Okay. No Ziliax for Norwis yet is kind of important when he's chilling on 13.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like Ryan has, because of that metal detector like you described, but also because of his hand, just done very little of substance for the last 2 turns. This is okay, obviously.
It's enough, right? And, you know, there might be people looking at this and going, well, what's the point in not playing into Metal Detector to then play into Metal Detector? Well, the point is the difference of what the coin enables. Like, the coin enables very little this turn because they can do all of this anyway.
Yes.
Whereas on the previous turn, the coin was a massive enabler to some extremely powerful turns.
And we can respond to this from the Ryan's perspective with 2 8/8s where we couldn't before. So
Yeah.
buying that extra time to get your own bombs to respond to your opponent's bombs. And that is going to be a big deal because turn after turn now for Ryan is guaranteed to be absolutely nutty.
Yeah, the big question is whether it's too little too late.
Yes.
Because Rogue has already achieved so much. Mana advantage with Shaladrasil in hand is extremely scary.
Yeah, and the weird thing, you look at the 2 hands, you're like, well, Ryan's got loads of cards and Norris hasn't, but you don't want loads of cards for the Rogue because they're coming soon. Like, you want this hand space to be able to play your Shaladrasils, to be able to play your Ashamains, etc., etc. So actually, 5 cards is kind of the hand size you like. I'm assuming you're not just wasting stuff, obviously. But get more space to use more stuff. Yeah. All these cards look so good. Look at them. Just going to get 8/8 into Ziliax, which, you know, obviously is a big deal. If he's actually alive, which he should.
4, 6, 7, 8, 11 plus 10, 21. Okay, I can take the 1 off as well, yeah. So if you attacked into that and it was exactly Oasis Ally, then you were dead to Tree. Oh, actually, hang on. There's a Nightmare in hand already.
Oh.
From the dream card generator before.
From the other Isira, yeah.
Yeah.
Isira's buddy or whatever it's called. They should let me name cards, not Raven. You were right about Aulonius, by the way. That is the most Raven-named card ever.
Yeah.
Hear him saying it.
This is taking a long time. Okay, good. I was about to say. Yeah, Ryan is currently adding Norwis to the list, as it is known. That's a good...
Who does that, honestly? Who would do such a thing?
An extremely long time to add up 3 5s. But yeah, what didn't take an extremely long time was this series as a whole. When you're right, and you mark it in the diaries, Neil, because, oh my god, what a quick series that was. Yeah, good. Write it down.
The list and the diary, both at the same time, covered.
Yeah, true.
Yep,
Yeah.
Norwis going to 1 game away from the Masters Tour. Again, another player that streamed their progress yesterday went very, very well, 5-1. Of the streamers I was watching, presumably there's a little bit of Darwinism there. Like, I'm watching the streamers who are still in the tournament because they're still streaming and haven't thrown their computer in a lake or something. But I watched 6 and 4 of them made the top 8. So
There's also some degree of self-selection bias there to begin with, because a lot of people have chosen to take competitive points grinding and turn that into content over the last 2 or 3 years, right? Like,
Yes.
So a lot of the streamers around that, like the tier down streamers from, you know, the big heavy hitters, your Tices and whoever else, are the people who have just been grinding for Masters Tour points under this new system for the last 2 or 3 years. So naturally, they are some of the most adept of at getting through those big Swiss tours. And you look at the likes of.
I did speak to at least one streamer who I won't name because it's not fair, but so are you streaming this? Oh no, the decks I'm playing are too hard this time around. I don't want to stream it. I want to be in my bubble. So that's also self-selection right there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the likes of Banter, Maxi, Norwis, etc. Like, these have been people that have been there or thereabouts for a number of years now. Like, the reason why they stream so much is because they're constantly playing ladder, trying to get finishes. So, well, I mean, 2 out of 3 of those people are anyway.
You can argue amongst yourselves which 2.
Not much of an argument, is it? Anyway, moving on before we both get in trouble. We have got some Nightmare versus deaddraw queuing up, it looks. And this one has kicked off. We are doing our best to show you as much Hearthstone as humanly possible today, but there are the realms of human possibility that have to be considered, because yes, we're all rotating in and out and giving each other breaks, but there's admins behind the scene running the whole thing. There's production teams who are potentially working 20 hours straight doing this thing. So some of these games we have had to kick off, but that will only be the opening round games that we'll ever be doing that with. I believe you'll see all of the semi-final win and in games in their entirety for all 3 regions, and we've done very well with Europe as well. We've watched 3 entire series so far. I think this is the only one that we are cutting short.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of every match so far as well. So even though we're not showing completeness, we've so far managed to show something of, which is nice.
Yep.
But yeah, deaddraw, world finalist in 2020 Bunny Hopper. Wherever the World Cup was that I didn't see because I was casting a prisoner.
If you ever want to know when that final was, ask Lionel Messi. That's how you find it out.
Like, I missed the second half, the extra time, and the penalties for one game of Hearthstone. Not exaggerated.
No, genuinely not.
One game, not one match. Not bitter. It sounded like a rubbish game anyway. Who won? I know Bunny Hopper won the Hearthstone. Who won the football?
Sadly, the team that has Emiliano Martinez playing for them. Unlucky.
Anyway, let's have a look at deaddraw's lineup before you get in even more trouble. As he's got 3 decks remaining, we'll go with deaddraw's first. I didn't catch what the ban was because I was busy talking about something else.
I remember
But he has the Alonius Druid, he has the Quest Warlock, the Rogue, and the Handbuff Hunter. For him. And Nightmare's last deck is this Druid because he's 2-0 up.
Nice solve, Sherlock.
Get you good at this, right? I didn't even rope it.
Deaddraw hits location on Quest Warlock, which I think is probably the #1 card you're happiest to see between that and Solarium.
Yeah, I haven't checked the numbers, which I really should have, but playing the deck, if you don't draw one of those 3 cards, it does sometimes just do nothing. Yeah. The good news is you only need to draw one of those or draw the card that fetches the Solarium.
Yes.
Sketch Artist, that's the one.
Yeah,
so you do
sometimes, honestly, if you don't hit 2 of them, you can be sat there stuck on 4 out of 5 and just never hitting that fifth temporary card for quite some time. It is surprising how long it can take if you don't hit those individual tools.
Yeah, it's not a TJ type temporary into the search bar deck, is it?
No.
It's very different to that.
No.
Also, something this deck takes a while to learn about is just how not particularly relevant your early board is. Your early board is there to help you complete the quest. Obviously, you can sometimes push a bit of damage, but really, if you do play this deck, you're absolutely just trying to complete the quest as rapidly as possible. That is all that matters most of the time. But obviously on some board, it's nice to have a board. It distracts your opponent. It makes them have to spend mana on not dying. That's always a pleasant situation to be in. It's why you play the Horizon's Edge. It does give you a way to use all of these like no health minions, these 1/1s and stuff in an effective manner. It does so much damage with the damage backup. Tree.
Yeah, I like double tree, both trees right next to each other. We're building a forest.
Yeah.
No one tell Demolition Renovator.
You don't tell Raven, honestly, after that discussion earlier.
Just to warn everyone at home, like we will eventually, sort of 18 hours deep, reach the stage of delirium where we start making so many self-referential jokes to things that have happened over the past 16 or 17 hours that if you haven't watched the whole broadcast, you're not going to be able to follow anything that's happening.
Mitchie did that over 18 weeks.
That's true, yeah.
If you missed the first week, you were done.
And I did watch every minute of every week, and I still had no idea what you were talking about half the time.
Amazing, yeah. Just watch Twin Peaks, but start at the end. You'll be fine. What could go wrong?
They'll defeat an
Okay, that's
So
a
there's
big
sketch
deal.
artist.
Yeah, huge deal. Because we were just getting into that position that I was talking about, right? Like, yep, we hit location, we should have been fine, but actually the ham was just kind of stalling.
Yeah, and again, just to point out, the fact you get a temporary solarium is really irrelevant. It's kind of amusing.
Yeah.
It's the most irrelevant thing, even though it looks like the best thing could possibly happen.
Yeah, unless you've got to the point where you have so much mana available that it makes sense to spend 3 on a sketch artist, then 1 on a solarium, and still have the ability to play the cards that you draw from the solarium. And if you've got to that point and you don't already have your portal open, you're probably not going to end up winning the game anyway.
I mean, 6 is already slow for deaddraw here, and I know that's like feels like a turbo quest, but actually 6 is the very top end of the number you want to finish your quest on, otherwise the deck falls apart. I think 6 is doable, but anymore you always struggle. And actually, you'll see it here, Nightmare. Deaddraw is going to need to start getting some health gain pretty soon, because this is doing a lot of damage.
Sure is.
This just might be too much, you know.
It's such a huge board. The corruption on the Shaladrisil tree is just so devastating here. Yeah, just because of the size of the minions that it drops down in that spot. And deaddraw takes one look at that board and takes a look at his deck list and says, nope, I've got nothing in here that deals with that lot. So he is just going to scoot. That is going to be the end of the road for deaddraw coming into this one, dropping out 0-3 to Nightmare, who advances forward and fulfills our last remaining spot in the semi-finals, which semi-finals might as well just be 2 individual finals in this tournament, because those are the ones that you want to win. Top 2 from each region progress through, so the winner of the semi-final, that's where you want to be at the end of these playoffs.
I'm just thankful we're admitting it. Remember when we had like championships in the past where 4 people go to world championships, there's no extra prize, but it's like, we're going to find out who's going to be the champion, because everybody, no, come on. No one cares. We want to do the thing we've done.
That did happen this year.
Did it?
Yes.
No, there's money on the line and stuff.
I mean, there's always been money on the line.
No, there wasn't. No, there's a whole series of championships where there was nothing on the line apart from the title name.
Are you sure? Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, the very original, like, after the very original HCT, there was a series of, like, championships where 4 people qualified for Worlds. Mm-hmm. They were literally who wins the title commentaries.
Okay.
Because I think Pavel one year just turned up and just played, like, cards in random order through there and just won it anyway. But yeah, you know, I'm not going to say that live on broadcast if I'm wrong on that particular one. I say many things wrong by being stupid, but that one's the one I know. Anyway, we are going to take a short break while we set up the semi-final because the players have to be alerted that this match finished really fast, and so did the other match finish really fast. So take a short break while we get them ready, and we'll be back as soon as they are. So hang in there. Told you we'd be back soon. We're going to have the first semi-final for Europe in this summer playoff series. So it's going to be FilFeel and Disdemon for this, and I expect this to be significantly slower than the previous one, with some control on the side of FilFeel in the form of Warrior and Death Knight, and Disdemon playing the role of the aggressor largely, but still has his own Death Knight to get through.
Yeah, a little bit of a slimmed down Death Knight list with the Wisp in there instead. Of course, so many decks now trying to squeeze an Elise in there, which means you have various considerations as to which mana cost cards you want to play. 8 can be a questionable one for quite a few decks. Some Death Knights don't want to play the Shaladrasil that Disdemon is going with, but Disdemon actually ends up cutting the Ceaseless from the deck, which is, of course, a unique mana cost of its own, and does go with the Fire Rat Rogue as well, but a less aggressive lineup overall, I would say, from what he brought to the previous Masters Tour, where Raven picked him out of the pack based on the overall aggressiveness of his lineup.
Unlucky. I think this might be the first admission by anybody that Ceaseless can be annoying in your hand. Like, I've seen streamers complain about, why is my Ceaseless 72 mana and that sort of thing, but somebody actually backing it up and not bringing it, this might be the first sort of top-known player who's gone, you know what, actually, I'm sick of complaining about this 70 mana card, I'm just not going to bring it.
Yeah, I mean, it does keep getting more expensive, and there's only so long that it can keep getting more expensive until it gets to the point where it just doesn't end up being playable in a lot of relevant positions. FilFeel, on the other hand, clearly FilFeels very differently because he's got Ceaseless Expanse in every single one of the 4 decks.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Superb. Oh, yeah, because it's this rogue deck. Yeah.
Yeah, Starship Rogue, Triple Blood DK, the Ship Warlock, and Quest Warrior as well, all packing the Ceaseless Expanse.
Is Ship Warlock Mill Warlock for people who chickened out?
I mean, yes, but we don't have to make such a big deal out of it.
Just checking that that's the situation here.
Yeah, it kind of is, yeah.
I'm
Honestly,
not blaming anyone for chickening out, when there's 3 people in the world who can play the deck and 2 of them lose with it. But,
this is the version of the deck that I have significantly more experience with myself, so I'm not even really throwing that out as an insult. Like, you hear me talk all the time about how much I love, like, the Ancient of Your Eternal Layover interactions and Curse Campaign and all that kind of stuff. Like, this deck is where, like, 80% of my experience of doing that kind of thing comes from, and I've just... every now and again, when I just feel like, punishing myself a little bit, I'll break out the Mill Warlock instead, because it's, largely the same package with just an infinitely more difficult to pilot win condition.
you just take out 6 cards that you're not allowed to use until the end of the game and play with a 24-card deck with 6, jokers in there that don't do anything.
Pretty much, yeah.
In return
my hot
for that,
take
you get
with
a win condition.
My hot take with Starship Warlock, though, is that Wheel of Death is just an entirely unnecessary card and that you never end up using it. But we'll dig into that if it ends up coming up, because I'm being a little bit facetious with that claim, because obviously Starship Warlock in general, Mill Warlock as well, kind of rule as king of the control pyramid because of those win conditions, right? Like, the Mill Warlock having that kind of unstoppable combo to finish games unless you're able to disrupt it, be it through the mill, or even if you try and play around that via Kil'jaeden or whatever else, then Nomelia will just get you just as hard. It just takes a little bit longer to set up. And then Starship Warlock, if it really comes down to these late game control battles, well then guess what? I have Wheel of Death, and if we just sit here trading Kil'jaeden minions into each other for the rest of the game, then Warlock wins because I have the literal timer ticking down that says I win the game if you don't kill me. That can be a big deal, but there are so many games where I draw Wheel of Death and just wish someone could come down on high and give me permission to cut that card from the deck forever, because I just hate seeing it in my hand in so many situations.
Hey, you've got my permission. I've given Disdemon permission to cut Ceaseless, so you're okay. You can go.
Can someone with any kind of credibility or gravitas please give me permission to cut that card from the deck?
If there's anyone out there who fits the bill, just let us know. Pocket will be on in a bit. Maybe he'll give you permission.
True. But good news for those of you who don't enjoy Death Knight Mirrors is it's a double Death Knight ban coming out on this side. So that does mean that we're going to see both varieties of the Warlock seeing play, Quest Warlock against the Starship Warlock. But I was looking forward a little bit to talking about some of the variations in the DK, Triple Blood versus Double Blood Unholy on the other side. Not just the variations in build with the Elise makeup or whatever, just straight up playing different runes as well. But those are both biting the dust with the bans.
Yep, and I'm surprised it's not been banned more, actually, because a lot of the lineups are my 3 decks that do the thing I want my lineup to do, and Death Knight because it's good. Rogue also fits that bill to some extent, but I'm surprised it hasn't drawn bans, because if it's good, then we're only banning it more.
Yeah, there was certainly a period after the patch that kind of created the settled metagame that we're in at the moment. It seemed like some variety of control DK was going to be the problem deck, right? The root deck, the deck that the rest of the meta builds around. But then I think Firac Rogue kind of took over that crown at Higher Legend quite quickly. If you've watched or played at High Legend games over the last week or so, then you will experience quite a few Rogue mirrors on both regards. But certainly Starship DK is up there as just, you know, generic good deck that other people have to problem solve for. So no great surprise that we're seeing a large amount of it in people's lineups in the variety of forms that it comes in as well.
We are going to see the Rogue have to perform here. It's going to be up against the Warrior in the first game, and it's one of those matchups that my brain, before I played the Rogue a lot, it's like my brain instantly like, well, the Warrior's just going to control this. But actually, the Rogue just puts so much down over and over and over again, and dubious purchase, play your 130, I don't care, or play your big ship, I don't care that much, whichever version of Warrior you're up against, is just such a powerful card in amongst the package of here's all my stuff you need to deal with. So the Rogue probably fairly favoured in my mind.
Looking forward to getting hands-on with some of this Warrior from FilFeel as well. A Starship-based version of the Quest Control Warrior.
Love it.
Little spicy, because I think more commonly seen is the chemical spill poison Ziliax variation of the deck.
Yeah, I think they're levelling up. I think that this is becoming more and more popular over time.
Well, you still think Dummy Warrior is the most popular version of the deck, so...
We've cast Dummy Warrior already today, or somebody has. And it came down on turn 3, like it always does.
It did. In one of the games, which is the only game you'll choose to remember, it did, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll ignore all the other games it lost because it didn't do that were also in the same series.
No, it came down on turn 3, and then it missed on the potion to resurrect it, which no one ever has against me. And then they lost, so it had to play more games. If it just won, like it was supposed to...
Wasn't that not the first game? I feel like
Maybe.
there's some revisionism going on here.
I wouldn't do that. Not to you.
No, it's never happened before.
Toy New Heights from a Warrior still feels really alien to me, even now after all these months.
Oh, double battle cry Mookla. That's the good stuff right there. That's what we came to see. Just feels right.
It does. Ah, that's superb.
Tell you what does feel right, double starport. If you're playing a Starships deck.
I remember this.
This is going to be a game of two decks slamming into each other. Look at Disdemon's hand as well. Like, everything is happening here. Starships, crystals, scoundrels, Firax.
Yeah, Diz would not mind one more method of genuine ramp here.
Mm-hmm.
1 mana short of getting the job done on turn 6, like he loved to do.
Also a little bit in the trust your deck zone as well at the moment.
Yeah.
Not a lot to do.
But this is where I think you'll see what I was talking about in the previous series. With double prep already in hand, which if you are in this position where you're like, well, I'm going to need to trust my deck a little bit, then that kind of means, but definitionally, that you've got some of those prep Shadow Step style cards in your hand already. So if you've already got a couple of them, there are very few cards left in the deck that are just complete air. It's certainly not the days of Cold Blood, Conceal, Backstab, Shadow Step, Gadgetzan, Auctioneer Rogue decks that were 75% air, 25% gas at best.
Yeah. This exact hand is one I'm always interested in with Disdemon. He'll spoil it by drawing a card now. It's the one time I feel you can just jam the location ahead of the Scoundrel and be okay.
Yeah, because your 6 is not really doing anything anyway, right? Even if you go with the... I've talked about this with you, is that sometimes you just have to view playing 5 mana Sandbox Scoundrel as, well, what did I achieve this turn? Well, I put the 1 mana Pirate into my hand, and the 1 mana Pirate is freaking broken. But if it doesn't do anything...
turn here, right? Yeah.
Exactly. If it doesn't do anything on the turn afterwards, you might as well have the stronger tempo turn first with the copy location and the Rush Raptors.
I have had and seen many successful games where you make the 5 mana location on turn 4 and then it never comes into play and you kill your opponent. But yeah, now we really are in the trust the deck zone, so you don't really want to Firak when you've got a board this big. It can go horribly wrong.
I think you do if your hand's empty, though, because it'll draw you some cards. You know?
Sure. Okay, fair. Hands empty and you have 2 preps, so okay, sure.
Yeah, hands empty, 2 preps, so any supernova that gets cast, you can probably chuck some damage at your opponent's face to get them out of your hand.
These 2-mana bananas would drive me nutty. I would hate them. Just
What is
go
it? Was
away,
it-
you
it was-
horrible...
Was it 10-10 Mukla that you used to say it had additional upside, that it filled
Yes.
the opponent's hand with bananas?
Yeah, I think in modern Hearthstone it does. Even now.
This has nothing to do with the fact that any time you play any new deck, the first thing you do is flap for 50 games about how you can't get cards out of your hand.
Maybe. That was an
Right.
Ashmane. That was kind of important. They got eaten.
So, okay. I mean, it's a good cue for a really interesting talking point.
Okay, go on.
Which is the quest interaction with that card in this matchup. Because obviously the way the quest works, you play the quest and then you get the reward, which is Gaze of the City, which then shuffles a bunch of the old, really, really super powerful quest rewards into your deck. When you do that, your rogue opponent can then play Ashmane and steal a bunch of those really powerful effects of themselves at a discounted rate, and they suddenly have all these really powerful, disgusting things to do. However, when you play this matchup at a high level, one of 2 or both of these things will happen. One, the quest will get sent anyway, so you won't actually see quest completion happen because they'll mulligan away the quest looking for more powerful things to do. Or 2, even if they do complete the quest, they just sit there with the reward in hand because they know that they can fatigue you anyway. Like, they have enough removal in their deck to kill all of your stuff with just the natural cards that they have. So they just never shuffle those rewards into the deck so they don't get punished by Ashmane. So that burn, or that eat from Ham at the very least, just brings into full focus like what FilFeel is doing this game, which is recognizing that that is not a necessary win condition for winning this matchup.
Okay, cool. The one time I ever played it, I stole Time Warp from my opponent and killed them with it.
That was
So-
Yagu, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was doing. I just kept playing cards badly and slowly. And
Yeah,
beat
no,
one of the
first
best players of all
time I played this matchup on ladder from the rogue side, I was sitting there thinking, okay, I mean, this is tough because I'm going to try and tempo out boards and they're going to get removed, so how do I win? And then I drew Ashmane, and I was like, oh, of course, that's how I do it. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to stall for time and then wait until my opponent plays their quest and then their quest reward and then show them what a big brain genius I am and steal it all and blow them up. Unfortunately, my opponent also appeared to have a brain and just didn't play it. And I was like, well, see, now I've sat here and waited until you had no cards left in your deck and not played my Ashmane, thinking that I was being intelligent, and now I look extremely stupid.
And the takeaway from that, Chuck, is that is Sottle telling everyone that he plays a higher NMR than I do. Because my opponent didn't do that.
It is currently true that you are at a higher rank than me, but if we peel the sticker off my rank, then we'll find out.
That's what I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unlucky. The sticker's there, mate. You've got to peel it off yourself, I'm sorry.
I know, yeah.
Otherwise, I'll just
getting
keep this pain going.
Getting those stickers off is hard work, even with my nails.
Ah. Right, trying to get back into this game now because things have happened since we started talking. There's a Jim. Heard he's good. So the rumors have it.
I mean, it's worth just wrapping up the point as well, going back to the Ashmane point, that it is better against FilFeel's version of the deck because FilFeel has more just generically good cards in the form of starship pieces, like even Boom, right? Like, even if you get no value out of it yourself, then it's still a cheap, decently statted minion, but you do also play Ziliax in Rogue, so you can get value out of it. The chemical spill version of the deck, like chemical spill, double brawl, shield slams, all of that stuff, absolute garbage cards to fill your hand with as rogue. So if they don't put the quest reward in the deck, then you tend to struggle to get any Asher main value at all.
Now we're playing some cards. No idea what they do.
They summon boombots, is what they do.
They do. I feel like it's super rare to see it. Like some cards you see over and over again through various decks, like Ragnaros is one that just turns up everywhere, especially in Shaman. But
for sure, yeah.
There's some cards you don't see that often. Wow. Yeah, just spending money, I guess. Every time they do that, I'm just looking, what else is there? What would I like to do?
Let's make it count.
The issue with this is that there's still 2 Yamato cannons left in the deck, so you're not really getting any value out of that, which is kind of the most powerful piece for the the control style that Warrior is going for. But it's still, in terms of board presence, like the difference between this play and anything else you can possibly do is just, it's a disgusting chasm, right? Like this is just by far the biggest play you can make.
Yeah.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh,
They're very annoying, aren't they?
Take me back. Just a queue of 4 boombots ready to go.
If only... yeah. Did we call them the glory years at the time?
No, but you don't know you're in the glory years until you've left them. Everyone knows that.
Exactly. Yep, so getting maximum chance to proc on the 18-9 with the 4s. Don't want to waste any damage on the silly 1 or 2 health minion.
I like this. Just do be your way
Plan
through.
B. Yeah. It's looking like it's getting difficult, so if the first one hit for 4 might be a different plan.
This was a late development in the original Dr. Boom meta, by the way, where the good players kind of figured out that... Because beforehand, like, classic Hearthstone would say, well, I have these minions in play for free, so I will use these to remove all of my opponent's stuff by trading them in, and then I don't have to spend any of my cards to remove their stuff. And that's just value. And then, as the good players got better, people realised, well, actually... If I just point my removal spell at their minions and hit them in the face with my boombots are still there, threatening to hit them for even more damage later.
Yeah. Yeah, all the damage plus 3. It's fairly obvious in hindsight as well.
Yeah.
You can guarantee I was one of the people who's trading them in, though.
I mean, you were an arena player back then, so you were definitely trading them in.
I was a mech druid player.
That's true! You were a mech warper, metal tooth leaper gamer.
The annoying fire with that deck by beating him in the semi-final was the highlight of my career, I think.
Those all kind of suck.
Eh?
Yeah, I get. So he took a 7/7 with no immediate upside over a 7/7 with some niche upside sometimes in order to have the better of the 2 7/7s in your hand as a playable card, maybe for later if fatigue really becomes an issue, which, spoilers, it won't because Rogue is so far ahead on that front already, but in case Rogue pulls some magic out in terms of preventing fatigue, nice to have the KJ around, I guess.
Yeah, or in case you get sick of having nothing that does anything. Like, you know, you might just want to have some things.
I mean, he's got plenty of things.
Yeah, for now.
He's got a Yaw, he's got an Inventor Boom that summons starships, he's got the ability to turn any air into legendaries with the Kobold.
Sorry, to be clear, because I'm not very clear, because that's not my job or anything. Sometimes you get to the last 5 cards in your deck as the warrior and they all suck. is what I mean. And you just go, okay, let's get rid of those and have something else in there.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, one of those cards might be the quest at this point. We definitely don't need that piece of garbage.
Got him down to 67.
No! We like that card.
I remember this place well.
I don't like that card anymore. I forgot to use it the other day. It's on the list. We take a 10? Yes,
That's
apparently we
why
can.
Yeah.
There's some chunky people there, aren't there? In the 10s. Yeah, draw card, just what you wanted.
I remember this place well.
Oh. That's disappointing.
Those aren't very exciting to get discounted by 7, are they?
My goodness. That really sucks. Oh, you can take that for after the kill Jaden, right?
My head
Oh, some real long-term gaming going on here.
Yeah. I think it might not be long. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, they're cards. There's plenty of cards there that are worth having. Yeah, you want those cards.
Yeah, I had to go all the way down the gym route without hitting the cannons or the Exodar, which has stranded those cards a little bit, but there's still Ziliax in there as well. Still the Goblet Treasure from Marin as well, which can make all sorts of utterly clowny things occur.
Yeah, the treasures and yeah, absolutely. Powerful in this.
Go forth on
When Marin was nerfed, I thought we'd never see him again, but here he is in a lot of these value decks now. Oh, he lurks in Rogue sometimes, doesn't he? Some people lurk him into their Rogue decks.
Yeah, certainly a lot more common before the Narrowlex tech appeared. But
Yeah.
still some people do hold on.
There's so much stuff happening.
Nice. Right, time to play all of our cards so we can get a handful of ceaseless
Preparations.
expanse. Where are they coming from?
We'll find a way. I always do. I'm usually the rogue, but you know.
I mean, never has a falser statement ever been spoken. You are normally the rogue.
I played Goblet once in the last ever, and I got all preparations. So yes, it's true. There.
You were afraid of me, boy.
Don't ask what I was doing with a goblet. I cannot remember. I'm sure it came from somewhere.
Did you?
It is amazing.
Recently? Did you Ashamain a Marin from someone else?
It was something like that, yeah. In one of those games where I'm just throwing everything around, being blind panic, not knowing what on earth is happening anymore because I've got cards I've never read before.
Nah, I've never seen you play one of those games. Don't know what you're
Okay,
talking
that's fine. Good. They happen occasionally. It is crazy how every single turn for the last goodness knows how many turns has been just all bombs, and we're still here.
Yippee-ki-yay!
Ah, yeah, the Octo kind of ends it, doesn't it?
Hit him with the yippee-ki-yay! Hit triple charge from that, by the way, and the game is still not even remotely close.
This nightmare belongs somewhere. Wait, we've got a deal 6 in there. Can we drum it up? 63.
That'll show him.
Chewing through it.
Light work being made of this 63 health.
This might draw a brawl, I suspect.
Nah, I'd probably just tank it for a turn. Preserve the resources.
Just take it. I'll take that 45 or whatever it is. It'll be fine.
God, pure cowardice, actually. Yeah, like, Yarla would be disgraced right now.
Oh,
Imagine being forced to react to that board.
wait, can we deal with this? We, as always, being the bottom player, FilFeel.
With the boom, probably, right?
Oh no, it explodes. It's fine. It's got nightmare on it.
Oh, it was nightmare. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
true.
it's fine. It's the perfect outcome. You're okay. Don't worry about it. Eight cards in deck, double your with Kill Jaden in hand. Yeah, planning ahead.
Just cosplaying as a warlock now.
Look, you've got 29 mana between the two players. All very silly.
I still haven't quite recovered from getting hit with the Yippee-ki-yay.
No, it was spectacular, honestly.
Everything's a melting point.
There's so much happening. I've got an Incendious. That's actually, is that in the deck? Some people have it in the deck. It's gone a long time for most of them. Yeah, it's not in the deck.
Smoke
Just
bomb.
there.
Smoke bomb, baby.
I feel like
The
Disdemon
eternal
put,
answer
like,
to the question in 2025 Hearthstone. Where did that come from? It was probably a dark gift.
Yeah, true. And why is that in the deck? The answer is they're playing Elise, right?
The answer
Whenever the question
is
is why is that in their deck, the answer is always they're playing Elise, if that's the question.
they're playing... Yeah, true, yeah.
Why is there a Wisp in their deck? What does that do? They're playing Elise.
All forms of life will be.
I feel like Disdemon's put 20 or 30 attack on the board at least for like the last all of the turn.
It's just not close.
It's just not happening, is it?
Destruction.
Nice.
And now it's my turn, says FilFeel, and takes a 1-0 lead. Semi-final, European Masters Tour playoffs. Summer.
Yeah, I believe that was guaranteed because Boom can only summon unique, different mechs. So that was guaranteed to have one of the big starships that had died, which were the big starships that had died, and then the piece from the Ziliacs as well. So even if it wasn't just a devastating into the game, I think FilFeel just waited an extremely long time for that ceaseless play to come out the remainder of the deck to be able to set that up. So long marathon game there for sure, but it's ending the same way as the previous games in the previous series did, which took about 1/10 of the time.
I do
which
think the
is
previous
a
series
single
was
game.
actually quicker than that game of Hearthstone.
Almost certainly, yeah.
And with that in mind, honestly, at my age, I think I need to take a moment, so we'll sub me out briefly and come back with somebody else. Just pause the game very briefly, back in like 2 or 3 minutes as we change shifts, and see you again later today. Have fun with it all then. We're about halfway through.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to continue the series. I've obviously tagged in, but Sottle remains. How's it going so far, mate? How's the match been so far for you?
Yeah, it's been good. Bit of a juxtaposition on the last shift where we had extremely rapid aggro series and then one game of Control Warrior versus Rogue that almost probably did take the entire length of that whole previous series, but happy to see some Control Warrior because I do think it was probably a pretty strong pick for this tournament, and that's pretty close to my preferred build looking at stuff going in as well, because even though I like it does make me feel a little bit dirty to come out in favor of Control Warrior as a pick for a tournament. I try and retain some dignity by being like, yeah, but I like the version of the deck where you have like you play minions and launch ships and do things, you know? Like, I'm not a total degenerate, honestly. So that is my preferred version of the deck. So yeah, nice to see FilFeel doing well with it and vindicating that belief.
Yeah, we were just, me and Pocket and Edelweiss were just talking about Warrior and lineups while you guys were casting. And I think overall, it's not done great. I think specifically the Mech Warrior, I think Pocket said 37% across, overall the whole tournament. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not working.
As in like the dummy activate the death rattle.
Yeah, the Mech one.
Yeah, you could arguably call that version of Control Warrior Mech Warrior that we just saw, right? Because it still has boom in it. It's all starships.
Yeah, but also it kind of depends on the lineup as well, to an extent. Like, yes, of course, decks need to win specific games, but depending on how the lineup goes, we'll have to see how it performs. We are going to see the Warlock mirror Disdemon versus FilFeel. We're of course carrying on the rest of this series. FilFeel currently 1-0 up. But these Warlocks are very different, Sottle. We have Mill on one side and Quest on the other. I know which one I prefer because I feel like one's easier to play. But what do you make of this, like, this actual matchup itself?
So first off, careful. It's Starship Control Wheel of Death Warlock, but it's not Mill Warlock. Those are very different things.
Yeah, you know why I need to be careful? I need to be careful looking at the wrong deck list. I glanced at a Warlock that I had open and just assumed it was the correct one. It was not. So wind it all back. I'm an idiot. There are still two different Warlock decks. So what do you make of this matchup, Sol?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to provide more pointed analysis than it will probably come down to the speed of the quest, but it'll probably come down to the speed of the quest. And also the position of Pupil in the deck, Tidepool Pupil, as to whether you can get the quest reward lined up inside a Pupil to get the double Fell Rift lined up. Because that can be just too much stuff over time to make anything happen from any kind of control deck, let alone this one. It's worth noting, though, that Disdemon is playing like the most fragile possible build of the deck, really. The extra card in there is a Royal Librarian, just for some cycle and silence. We have seen other people filling that slot with some kind of like ultimate late game anti-control win condition card, like a Kill Jaden, for example,
right?
Or something else similar. We've seen Incendious chucked in there as well for a similar idea. But Disdemon does not have any of that nonsense. He's just saying Turbo Quest. And did I say something about Tidepool Pupils in good positions in your deck, Raven? I think I did.
I think you did. Yeah, I think I can confirm that. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. This is something, funnily enough, we were talking about while you were casting as well, is how much do you try to make Tidepool work? Obviously, against slower decks, it's much better, but you also, it's important, I think, and I think at least Pocket agreed, to like not go mega out of your way to try and make it work. Like, don't delay you know, doing the early stuff anyway. So we'll see how this one pays off, because he does just have the Tidepool Pupil naturally there, which this is the exact sort of outcome you want in this scenario, right? Didn't have to do any shenanigans, didn't have to delay things and try and like wait for a Tide Pupil. It's definitely something that's good if you get it.
Yeah, for sure. I think you just get on with it, and if the pupil comes out in the right position,
fantastic.
Then great.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely under no circumstance sit there with the rift in your hand and just say, well, I'm not playing this until there's a pupil in my hand. No, definitely do not do that.
but already the pressure's going to start kicking out now. Both players just, as you can imagine with Warlock, blitzing through their decks, but Disdemon can start just pressing that button every single turn now, and generally looking for the charges and the reborns are normally the highest priority, at least in this matchup, when you don't need the heal as much, right? Because that's just naturally going to happen anyway.
Oh, you can help me out here, Raven, actually. You're just the man I've been looking for. So, the Underfell or a rift to the Underfell, what exactly is that? And is it as funny an image as I was picturing it, to have that game where someone just picked up Gromash Hellscream and yeeted it into a rift to the Underfell?
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I can't recall specifically the Underfell being the phrase or whatever.
You're a disgrace.
I'm sorry. I should quit. Sorry. I'll if you want, I'll leave you to it, and I'll just get off of the deck. No, it's like, if I'm that bad. But yeah, I mean, there is a space in which demons are from, right? So that's going to be the whole summoning of where warlocks summon stuff from.
Wait, demons are from space?
Kind of, to an extent, or maybe a different plane. But yeah, look, the Warcraft lore is pretty in depth. I don't know if you could handle a full explanation, so.
Okay.
But it's not shocking to know things are in space when we have literal starships in the game.
No, I mean, like, Draenei are just space goats, right? Like, that's...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Here, though, there is Wheel of Death, but that's a bit of a ways away yet. And FilFeel's going to have to play pretty defensive here, because like as soon as this portal is down, you are on the back foot, right? Because it's just relentless. Like the amount of it's not like you run out of cards to put into this, or you can try and starve your opponent out. These are just going to be swinging every single turn. And Mind Blast, I like that one. It's actually so much damage.
I'm not so sure about the Avenging Wrath, but Mind Blast, exactly the kind of tool you're looking for.
To be fair, like one clear, right? And Avenging Wrath isn't horrendous as a final push if you need it. Oh, do you remember when Avenging Wrath was just a card? I do.
Chuck the Wisp in, charge minion. There we go. Never mind.
Like
Don't need any of that,
that
nonsense. Forget the Mind Blast. Forget the Avenging Wrath. Forget the idea of long games. We're back. We've never been this back, Raven.
I love Quest Warlock. It's so much fun. Just make a portal, summon some demons, punch people in the face, win game. And none of this fancy mill and this long-term planning shenanigans. I'm a short-term kind of person, right? Just play stuff, go face. If you win, you win. If you don't, you don't. Disdemon getting the victory there and evening it up now with a warrior win on one side that we just saw, and then, of course, that warlock win. Are there any decks you think in these lineups that the players are going to have like the struggle with? Is this mill warlock going to be the tough one to get over the line, or is everything looking pretty even?
We've talked about this. You need to close your tabs. It's not mill warlock.
Oh, I keep saying it's not even. It's because I'm not even looking at the wrong deck list now. I've got no excuse. I just said mill warlock.
Right. Okay.
Warlock. Is that going to be the deck that? Okay, serious question. Is that going to be the deck that's going to be a struggle to get over the line? Do you think there are any standout ones?
Death Knight and Rogue remaining, no, it shouldn't be, because there's still the Death Knight hanging around that you would want to be the Warlock in more often than not, because of the presence of Wheel of Death, X-Star, all that good stuff. So that's kind of the reason you bring this, is that you're expecting those other control decks, which are just slightly less greedy than yours, don't have that finite win condition with the Wheel of Death. So I think the control Warlock is fine. I think that obviously there's Fire-Rak Rogue and a Starship Rogue. The Starship Rogue is a big question mark deck, because I just haven't really tested it that much. I played a little bit of it a long time ago when StarCraft expansion was still relatively new. But it clearly fits in with the idea, like, you know, just thematically and purely on vibes, it fits in with the idea of what FilFeel is going for with this like super greedy anti-control lineup overall. It's just, if I had to give you a question, give you an answer, gun to my head, like Starship Rogue is the unknown at the very least, which means it'd be the deck that I'd call out as maybe being the one to struggle. Yeah,
and in FilFeel's earlier matchup, the Starship Rogue did look like it was the weaker link, honestly. It didn't look terrible, but it's one of those decks, right? Like sometimes it just explodes and looks fantastic, and then sometimes it can just sort of peter along, and a lot of that depends on generating the ship pieces, right? Because it's less of a straightforward deck than the other Starship decks are or have been in the past, just because of the nature of the way Rogue works. So it's got a little bit more to ask, but it does have that duplicate potential, which can then really snowball and spike it in terms of power level. But you have to hit it, and you have to hit it without getting beaten up too fast yourself as well. So it could be a little bit tricky, I agree. But yeah, the not Mill Warlock, I do agree, think has a pretty good chance overall here. Oh, I got to jump into the Rogue Mirror.
Yeah, not going to have to wait too long to get a taste of this Starship Rogue, it looks like, because that is what we are jumping into. It is going to be up against the Fire-Act Rogue on the other side. Let's have a quick look through this deck list, see what the final card is in here. And looks like
Grifter.
It is... Oh, it's a Robo-Caller.
Oh, the Robo. Oh, okay.
Disdemon is the remaining card, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not making out, though. I feel like not everyone's playing Grifter either.
Not everyone's playing Grifter. Oh, it's you're right. Good catch. Yeah. It's 1-0 manager to make room for a Grifter and a Robo-Caller. Yeah. Normally, it's one of a Robo-Caller, a Grifter, a Web of Deception, or a Marin. It's like one of those 4 cards to finish the deck out. But Disdemon's actually gone down to 1-0 manager in order to get 2 of them in, which is an interesting little twist for sure. But is playing the Narrowlex version with the extra dragon with Ysera in there as well as the Fire-Act.
I do think that's been a common thing with Disdemon in the past, is he'll bring like archetypes that are like, yeah, okay, yeah, this makes sense, but the build itself will be different. Like you mentioned about the silence in the Warlock, right? We're now seeing a slight difference in the Rogue. I do think that's something Disdemon does like to do, just put his own spin on it, or even just, it might not even be much about that, but just he thinks these are just better than other options, right? Or this approach is just better. But I do feel like Disdemon is a player you can rely on to just do something a little bit outside the norm.
Second coin hero power of the day. The first one won the game comfortably. We'll see if coin hero power sticks to 100% win rate.
But this is good, right? Getting the ship right early, get those starship pieces. This is where I've seen the deck struggle sometimes, when the shipwrights aren't found, because then you sort of just, the starship bit of your deck isn't really achieving too much. Not really the best response to that either. It just gets to live. Oh, and schematic now as well. Okay. Yeah, this is a much better opening than what I saw FilFeel do with this deck a bit earlier in the day now. Yeah, this is definitely way better, because I think there was at least one game that there was barely any starshipping going on.
I remember this place well.
Here comes the star of the show, though. Elise just feels like she's in every deck right now and putting in work in every deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many locations we've seen get crafted so far today, but
all of them.
It's been a large number for sure.
Yeah, all the locations all the time. We'll check out what's in the starship options first. Interesting set of choices. I do lean towards Biopod personally, but he's going to go for the cannon just to take out the Elise. I mean, this is a very close second for me.
It is such good tempo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
But I just like the biopod because it's fun. Especially with the rogue
Yeah,
legendary, right? It's like you just
for
pop
sure,
off later
yeah.
on. Like-
I do tend to like group them when building rogue starships, though, and like this is gonna sound weird, but like Spire and Biopod are kind of in the same group as to have like, you know, your death rattle win condition card. Like
Sure.
obviously Biopod is more universal, but if you just get a massive Spire with copy as well, like that
Yeah.
kind of wins the game in most spots anyway. So I like having the Yamato cannon as just a bit of tempo swing. Especially initially on the board, it was just so much stronger than the alternative.
Yeah. For sure. And being able to push this damage is so important. Like, look at that. Basically, the extra 3 damage coming down now, as well as the tempo of Elise stopping the trades, means this Starship piece from from FilFeel can land easily. Because sometimes it's hard to play the Rogue Starship piece, right? Because it's just, you kind of just flop it down and hope for the best.
Yeah, it is awkward. I think deliberate choice as well that Starship schematic is discover a piece, it costs 1 less, and not discover a piece, your next piece costs 1 less, which
Right.
is what a lot of cards like that are designed as, to deliberately make it, you know, as difficult as possible to get gravitational displacer down. So you could, you know, for example, like on the previous turn, like FilFeel could have just gone prep Starship schematic just to use that to cheat the 1 mana on the gravitational displacer.
And it would have been well
worth. Possible.
Like-
It's just not a thing that's possible because
yeah.
of the way the text is formatted on schematic.
Good job, balance team.
Yeah. Denying rogue ways to cheat mana. Who would have thought it? Eh?
Do you have to keep an eye as well for FilFeel here, because that metal detector pickup, maybe less about coins at this point in the game and more just about 6 damage to the face with the opponent on 15.
Prep Shala, the best Diz has got here. Let's dream one of them back to hand.
Still doesn't feel great though, does it?
Does not. Is it a 10 cost? It is still a 10 cost ship, yeah, okay. But even now, you've got to get rid of the 2/2 or you're just dead to metal detector still.
Yeah, I was even looking at like it's Nightmare, right? Nightmare trade Hope.
Choose soon.
Attack the 2/2 first in case a taunt summoned from the ship because the Fan of Knives is about to go
Yeah.
off and clear it out. Yeah, makes sense. Just hope this is small. Pray for a 3/3.
No.
It's big!
Oh no. You kill the 10 attack thing and it just spits out another 10 attack thing and it's okay, fair enough. So good win there for FilFeel. Disdemon just couldn't get the job done and that was tough. And again, I think we saw that the Yamato cannon, obviously I was talking about the other option, the pod, but the Yamato cannon I think was clutch. Was the pickup there, right? It took away the Elise, allowed more damage to be pushed, retained the board, and let him land the legendary safely. Because, as I said, that's often feels like the difficult part. Is like, when can I play this? When the game can be so, close in terms of pushing for board from both players. So, yeah, I think that worked really, really well for FilFeel. And Yamato Cannon has been putting in work in that and in the Warrior decks we've seen with it as well.
Yeah, and you can see there at the end what I was talking about with, kind of the Spire Death Rattle being a win condition on its own, because, yeah, sure, Biopod would have been in there and created additional problems, but you can still, just play out minions to try and soak the shots, right?
Yeah.
You still have ways to play around it, but that extra damage that you got from the immediate tempo was just so invaluable from the Yamato Cannon, so I think very well played from FilFeel. and clearly someone who has a bit of experience with Starship Rogue, as you would hope and expect from someone bringing it to such a high-stakes tournament. And now it is just going to be this this control ship Warlock for FilFeel being the one remaining deck.
Yeah, this is looking really good, and I'm really glad I've now cast like FilFeel twice today, because I like the lineup. I was talking to the others before I came on for this match about I'm just loving this tournament. I'm loving this tournament meta. There's so many different decks, so many different styles, archetypes, lineup approaches, and if you ask me, are we going to get a Starship lineup this tournament? I would have been like, well, maybe, but then they're not making it today too. You know, like someone might have submitted it for Swiss, but yeah, FilFeel's done it and is doing it by looks of things. Obviously, they've not won the match yet. Anything can happen, but it's just been so cool to see a lineup like this that I genuinely did not think we would ever see for this tournament, and it's performing. It's great.
Yeah, reminder that the principal stakes here of this tournament is coveted spots at the upcoming Masters Tour, and we are right on the precipice now. FilFeel specifically right on the precipice of that. Both winners of the semi-finals of each region will go through to qualify for those Masters Tour. So FilFeel at 2-1 up just has to take one out of the next two games with this Warlock to be able to book a spot in that Masters Tour. Disdemon, on the other hand, has to win them both.
Starting off with a keep of the Ancient of Yore for FilFeel. Disdemon taking a little bit more time. Now, is this Scoundrel a keep? Like, what do you make of this opening hand? Because this there's arguments that could be made for a lot of this.
There is. Certainly you're keeping Scoundrel.
Yeah.
It's the card that makes your deck tick in exactly the same way that Ancient of Yore is the card that makes FilFeel's deck tick with the Control Warlock on the other side. Less explosive, but certainly just as key as the Scoundrel is. There are other matchups where you would be thinking, okay, I just want to full send everything because Metal Detector is such a phenomenal pickup. And then on top of that Metal Detector, I'd love to hit some kind of spike win condition like Narrowlex Dragon or something like that in the remaining cards. So I'm going to look for those as well. Once I have the Pyra, I'm just really looking for the degenerate thing to do with the Pyra. In this matchup, though, your opponent's probably not playing minions early on for you to be smacking Metal Detector into, which makes the mulligan a little bit more nebulous. But I still think you want to go hunting for those, for the curve of minions, the 1-drop into 2-drop curve, if at all possible, to curve out into that Scoundrel on probably 4 with the coin.
Oh, what are you thinking about Robocaller here? Yeah, this looks quite good with double Battlecry.
I mean, out of those 4 or 5 options I gave you earlier, Robocaller's the one that Disdemon's decided to play in the deck, so can't see why he wouldn't want an additional copy.
There it is, the Wheel of Death, though. The timer starts kind of now.
The timer started all the way back when FilFeel put this card in the list, in the deck builder.
It's all just a matter of time. 8 mana and 5 turns. This is going to be prep coin. Just to get the old Scoundrel out. This is just the go-to approach for Scoundrel, isn't it? Is just get the 5-cost played as quickly as possible, cash in the mana, so you can get cooking.
And Robocaller rolled 7 as well, which means the Narrowlex gets picked up with his Sarah in hand. That's huge for Disdemon.
There's double Ultralisk Cavern with Consume as well. So this can sort of be AoE down over a turn or so.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. There's a few ways to go about this, because you could also just go with double location and just leave the 4-1 up as a 4-1. You could just pull the emergency switch altogether and hit the table flip, because that gives you the clearest board next turn going into your Ancient of Yore, which is very appealing as well, and that's what FilFeel ends up going with.
Yeah, I think I would have ended on the double Ultralisk Cavern, but it probably wouldn't have worked out as well in the long run. What's he dubious? Just a draw. I imagine we're seeing a Shadow Step on this scoundrel.
Yes, indeed. Because you would like to pay 4 mana for your Naralex next turn and have 1 mana remaining.
Now, here's what's going to be the problem as well. From what we can see, FilFeel just doesn't have a great way to deal with a big push next turn, right? Just going to be Ancient of Yore and Hope with the draws.
Yeah, which is also why, or part of the reason why this is being given such high consideration as to whether to press the location here. It seems like an obvious thing to do. 2/2/1s on the other side of the board. Just click the button and clear them up. But I think FilFeel understands that his chances of interacting with the board state that's about to be made from Disdemon go up enormously if there is an open location on the other side, because then Fraternal Layover is drawn either off the Yore draw or off the natural draw off the top. Then suddenly you've got some game.
And do you like
room for a life tap to throw in there as well?
Where do you like Shadow Step here? Do you like it on the Observer maybe for multiple turns, or do you like it just getting the Scoundrel back to go again later?
I think you probably at least take a look at what you got from the secrets, although that's not really anything from Disdemon. That's Explosive Oasis Ally, if my icon recognition is on point.
At least it was Mage and Hunter, because I feel like that at least makes your opponent play a certain way.
Yeah,
when you
it
get one of each.
Both Ice Trap and Counterspell if it is going to be the Eternal Layover turn, which is certainly the thing that you're scared of.
However, it is not going to be the Eternal Layover turn because FilFeel doesn't have it. I imagine Disdemon is having a great time right now because this is about as low-paced a turn as you could have asked for from FilFeel.
Disdemon seems extremely eager to point that Observer of Mysteries to the face. As a wise innkeeper once told me, you must attack the minion with Taunt.
Or you could dubious it instead. I don't remember.
So Disdemon has to consider here whether he's just supposed to load up onto the board even harder to threaten lethal through, basic defensive plays, or whether FilFeel is trying to milk, right? Trying to get him to do exactly that so that he can get even more value out of an AoE turn. The fact that the location was clicked on the previous turn would lead you to believe that Layover or any powerful AoE isn't there, because usually that would require the location. And yeah, I think because of that conclusion, Disdemon is just going to load out the maximum board he possibly can in this spot and push the damage.
Yeah, this is a, well, you better have it kind of scenario, isn't it? Because if you don't have it, you've lost. Gonna go digging.
Gonna be cursed. Doesn't hit it.
Bob?
No layover, but finds the Bob for the freeze at the very least.
It's something.
Gets the consume, just about makes it mana efficient, makes the turn a little less ugly, gets the health total back up to a more respectable level. The location does now come back up again next turn, which means we're back on the hunt for layover yet again.
Decent turn though for Disdemon to just use this Shaladrasil, maybe? Just get it get it pressed.
Yeah, unfortunately, can't see the numbers on the dialed on the robocaller on either view available to us.
I do like this though. Like, you're frozen. You can't exactly do a million things anyway. Let's spend the mana on Shaladrisil. You can use the Corrupted Awakening. You've then got options if you want to use the immunity or the shuffle back, for example. I think this just ticks enough boxes to get it done. It's about as good as you're going to do on a Bob turn, I think.
For sure. The fact that it's corrupted already by the Ziliax on the previous turn is massive because it means you preserve your board. It also means that you deal with the opponent's Ancient of Yore. So, you know, there are small wins, right? Like, even sometimes if you're not in this good of a position against Warlock, if you can force them to commit one of their big AoEs without them sending their own Ancient of Yore's dormant again to draw more cards, that's actually a pretty big win for you. So clearing up the Ancient of Yore is very important there, just in case the Eternal Layover does get drawn now.
Guess it's just wheel. Let's get that timer cooking, right?
If only Wheel came with a baked-in Twisting Nether as well, then we might be getting somewhere.
Or a completely off-topic ice block or something. I don't. So it's not even the same class. Why did it do this? Okay, some Ultralisks are going to come up to play.
Job done.
Still doesn't feel super safe, but it was something.
Yeah, it just has second.
Oh, the
Metal
detector,
to push the extra 3 damage.
I honestly forgot it was there because I was looking at Grifter, you know, to roll for the damage or something. And it's like, nope, never mind. I forgot the metal detector was there. So Disdemon going to even it up with a win on his Rogue. And we are going to be going to game number 5. We're going to see the Warlock once again, but it is going to be going up against this Death Knight, Sottle, and that's what you mentioned earlier, right? Where, like, the Warlock is equipped to deal with this.
It is, for sure, yeah. I mean, both decks, just putting them up side by side. Disdemon is playing quite a slimmed down list, really. There's a Shaladrisil in there, there's an Exodar, but there's no Kill Jaden, and of course, being the Death Knight, no access to Wheel of Death, which means there's just so many additional win conditions in there for the Warlock, not to mention the big juxtaposition we were talking about right back at the start of the series, or at the start of our shift taking over the series, which is Ceaseless Expanse, which this is now one of the matchups that is going to go long enough, probably, not always, but probably, for Ceaseless Expanse to actually have an impact, and Disdemon not having one at all can end up being such a big deal in terms of largely abilities to set up those greedy win conditions in the late game, because that's often what you'll see those cards being used for in these control mirrors, is the board states get so big and recursive and powerful towards the end of the game that in order for you to play one of your very greedy cards, you quite often need to play a 0-mana Ceaseless at the same time as slamming your Wheel of Death or whatever else, to be able to generate the time that you need in order to play one of those greedy cards. So I think not having that for Diz is going to be a tough one, but hey, the deck is built to go fast, to make big starships quickly, and to launch them and be aggressive, and that is absolutely what he's going to have to do.
Yeah, 100%. And just on top of that, it's like a double whammy with the no Ceaseless, because there's the lack of setup, as you mentioned, but also the fact that FilFeel doesn't have to worry about it as well. So it's not, you can just go a bit more aggressive on the board. You don't have to worry about those late game scenarios. You know there won't be a Ceaseless, so there's a whole one less, like, perfect AoE basically available in the deck. So that knowledge just gives you a little bit more freedom, right? Because say on ladder you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, so they'll have Ceaseless, how do I deal with this, how do I approach this, how do I make sure I don't overcommit? Whereas it's not just doesn't exist in the list, right? So it's just one less thing that FilFeel will have to think and worry about, which has got to be a bit of a bonus. So yeah, I am liking FilFeel here with this Warlock. I think it's going to look pretty good. However, we've seen it time and time again, as you mentioned. Sometimes Death Knight just curves out, makes the ship, presses the button, and kills you, right? So it definitely has that ability. It's something, I think that is what's kept Death Knight in whatever form as Starship very relevant in the meta for a long time now, because it doesn't just do the one thing, right? It plays the mega late game if it wants to, but it can also aggro down the decks that play a later game. And I think that is something that Disdemon will be, not only because of his deck build specifically, but also just the matchup in general. It will be the focus, right? To just go fast, fast, fast.
Oh, and pretty fast starts lined up from both players here. Disdemon does have multiple pieces with Orbital Moon in good position as well, which is extremely powerful for Death Knight. Does make the curve a tiny bit awkward because you want to disrupt that curve a little bit to be able to play the Orbital Moon same turn as whichever Starship piece you want to go on. But look at the positioning. Could not be better for options. Just dead center between your two Starship pieces on the far left of your hand where it's not going to get interrupted.
Yeah, 100%. Good answer as well from the opening for Disdemon, just getting the leech out. And as you said, now has those options, right? There's still the coin as well to help out if needed. But is it? I mean, it could be worth just committing. I could easily see it this turn and just go for the 2 on the left with the coin.
I think if you are the aggressor, then you want it on the guiding figure more than you want it on the defense crystal, right? Because the guiding figure, getting 2 of those in there means that you double activate your Spire Death Rattle, which means you can start popping off way quicker with those huge spellburst boards that you make.
Instead, he's going to go the Discover, which with the coin as well, so still has the option to do the sort of the play next turn without the coin, so it'll be natural 4 mana. This is also fine. It's just the other way of doing it. I guess you get some more knowledge here because you can see what you discover first to see if you play changes, right?
You also develop an immediate 4/4 instead of an immediate 3/2, right? Which is technically more aggressive immediately. And you can get some real nasty Dark Gift hits, which might allow you to follow up with even more tempo straight afterwards. So I like all of this so far from Diz.
Mm-hmm. And again, just a reminder, this is game number 5. The winner basically has their job done for the day and the loser just misses out, right? Everything on the line, single elimination here. So these players, it's all coming down to this one game for Disdemon and FilFeel. Looks like it. Yeah, okay. Who's going to be guiding figure?
Yeah, just dropping it now. Makes sense. Get 2 of these into the pool. Nice and sharpish. That guided, that Soulbound Spire pickup, which I believe has buffed attack on it as well, which will make the initial one at least a little bit more powerful. Very nice. And we are well on our way towards the turbo ship that Disdemon's going to need here.
Oh, we are going to get some of the copy of the 1-cost location. The main goal in most matchups with Elise, right? I think it's one of the target picks is summon a copy, especially in the Starship decks.
In most decks, in most matchups, that's the premium one you want. It doesn't matter whether it's like the Starship control decks that just want extra pieces or extra copies of the Starship when it comes, or like Discover Hunter, same deal, more biopods. You can get a little bit more damage by copying your eventual win condition ship that you launch at the end if you need that tiny bit more damage. But even the combo decks, right? Like Owl Druid now plays Elise to sometimes just get an extra copy of Owl, which exponentially scales all of your spell damage by having more than one Owl in play. So Yeah, pretty much always. Rogue is the one more often than not that sometimes you're just taking like Raptors plus Savage Raw, like the really gross like tempo locations. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Here, though, I think Disdemon has the choice between optimal mana play or usage, or just drawing some more cards, because he could go just for some more leeches here and draw a couple of cards and see where it goes from there. But I guess if he's going more aggressive, he might just be a little bit different here. Yeah, gonna go for another guiding figure and the 2-drop instead. Yeah, and just go face. Okay.
Get him, little buddy.
Wisp's like, I'm helping. Now this worm.
Yeah, if this Wisp pushes the 1, I will consider it a great success. However, that Ultralisk Cannon might have something to say about it.
Wait, did you say Ultralisk Cannon?
I might have done that. Yeah, I think I did.
Is a horrifying thought. If the Zerg ever developed an Ultralisk Cannon that just fires Ultralisks, those things are massive.
I mean, surely they have the technology to travel through space. Surely they can figure out firing dinosaurs around. That doesn't sound too difficult.
Dinosaurs? Is that what Zerg are to you?
Wait, what's an Ultralisk? Is an Ultralisk not just a type of dinosaur?
No, Ultralisk is a Zerg.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a giant Zerg with 2 giant pincers on the front, and it does big AoE damage in StarCraft. One of the late game units from Zerg.
See, where was this sweaty lore knowledge when I needed to know?
You asked me about something I didn't know about, okay? I tried to play it off like I knew a little bit, and for some reason, I just don't. I don't know it also. I do my best. But if you ask me about StarCraft units, I could probably go on all day. But don't ask me just in case.
Just allow it to be assumed that I know everything.
Yeah, I'm just imagine Saul just quietly Googling most obscure StarCraft unit history.
StarCraft quiz questions, level 10.
Yeah. So the year 3012, what was this thing?
My patience is wearing thin.
What do we even like in here?
Not really any of the above.
Solarium, just for more choices. Probably not going to come down this turn, though.
No.
It's always tricky as well, to look at these board states and try and work out who feels ahead, because the starships can have such an impact depending on when they're launched and what's in them, right? So it's kind of tricky to be like, well, they're kind of winning, but are you making noises because of Reborn?
Reborn?
Yeah.
Paco Reborn?
Sure, I'll just agree, yeah. Is that a footballer?
No. No.
Oh. I always assume when you name something I don't know, it's football related.
I mean, it's not a bad assumption.
It's pretty accurate. Like, I'd say at least 9 times out of 10. Mm-hmm. It's no Wario Balotelli, though, is it?
It's no worry about it. I remember playing Hues and Clues, and I decided to start playing the entire game via football shirts. And
Yeah, which was ridiculous. And unfair. And probably going to happen on Saturday. Okay, there is double Ultralisk cannons, potentially.
Double barrel Ultralisk
Oh, yeah.
cannons.
Ultralisk shotgun cannon. We're evolving.
My patience is wearing thin.
So is an Ultralisk cavern a thing? Is that like a thing that you actually build?
It's what spawns Ultralisks, yeah.
It spawns Ultralisks, yeah. Okay, that checks out.
Yeah, because normally you need the relevant building to spawn the relevant unit or units, depending on what they are. Yeah.
Taking so long.
But yeah, that's normally a late game thing. Hence why its stats are so big. 'Cause it's like a huge, single unit. Whereas Zerglings are, straight away things you can build for really cheap because they're weak. But I'm sure we're going to get StarCraft 3 soon. And I'll put an official request for an Ultralisk cannon. See how it goes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You use your enormous influence
Oh, yeah.
for the forces of good.
Yep. Do my best for you. I'll even name drop you as well. I'll be like, look, Sottle requested this. Come on. But look, he needs this. Okay.
He needs a win right now.
Yeah, he needs this. Come on. You can make an Ultralisk cannon. Like, just think of the children. And they're like, what children? I don't know, but just think of it.
Is it launch in time? It sure is.
Do you like this card?
Good.
Do you like silk stitching? Because I've not seen it do too much.
I do, yeah.
So just there to
On
do that
average, I
job,
think
basically.
Yeah, it's another cheap card that goes in, and it's one of those cards that is difficult to get a handle on overall because it's very high variance, right? So you need a big sample. So it was a card that when it first started making its appearance in the deck, elicited very strong opinions from people as to whether they'd high rolled it the first 5 times they played it or hit nothing the first 5 times they played it, but I think over time it's evened out to being a pretty good addition to the deck.
What is taking so long?
Well, there's a fairly big problem that FilFeel is going to have to try and solve here, and that's called a lot of stuff. There is, of course, the launching of their own ship if required, and the location is off cooldown as well.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go.
Curse campaign copy.
Yeah. Now this is
Not
Hearthstone.
even going to use the AoE. How many spellburst procs have we got in there? Just the 2?
No, there's more.
Oh, no,
there's more.
no.
Yeah.
It goes again.
Yeah.
It goes again.
They used an earlier copy on it, didn't they?
Oh, 3-3 again. And because, so, it was a sketchy one from Diz because he had so much more board presence available there than he actually got. Yeah, it's going to give it up. He had,
brutal.
because he had all the leeches and so on in play, I think, he had 3 guiding figures in there, but only 1 spire. So he had so many procs going off from the death rattle, like missed out on potentially 1 giant minion on board because of board space.
Mm-hmm.
But then what you want to do against a deck that does have AoE against you is stack those layers, right? So if you don't have tons of individual spires in your ship, when the AoE goes off, the board that gets left behind is kind of underwhelming because it was actually the guiding figures that were doing all the work with the spell burst and spawning all of the giant minions, which is what ends up happening there. And I think well recognized from FilFeel to be able to go, I don't even need to use my Eternal Layover on this situation. I can just launch my ship, tempo swing. It was always going to be a tough one. We set it up going in that big favorite there for the Warlock, and that's the advantage that you get of coming in with this plan that FilFeel had of saying, hey, I'm going to prey on these kind of mid-rangey control lineups by actually going full send control and just outgreeding all of my opponents. Good job, worked out.
And we saw the value again. We mentioned it at the time, but the Elise location copy a minion coming in clutch, right? Because I'm pretty sure that was what they got the other fell from to make it shoot more for the ship. So to pretty much guarantee the board clear, right? which is exactly what you're looking for. So just again, I think everything I've seen from FilFeel, especially as I mentioned with this lineup, it's been a surprise, but it's been clean. I feel like he's played very, very well in some tough matchups, in some easier matchups as well. But with this sort of fairly unique strategy, it's been very impressive. So even though I would have loved to have seen Disdemon win, I am a Disdemon fan. I think he's exceptional. But it's been great just to see this lineup do well. I'm now excited to see what more we see on stream from FilFeel in the future.
Yeah, and, heart goes out to Disdemon, of course. One step away from getting through playoffs twice in a row to qualify for Masters Tours, which would have been outrageous. It's not quite the Bly's 400-player tournament twice in a row, but, it's in that neighborhood. But he falls one step short, which means, no one remembers the Nearly Men, unfortunately, apart from Killing All Day. But
this year, for sure.
But this year, this is the year of Killing All Day. I can feel it in my bones. But Pocket just pointing out as well that FilFeel was actually doing very well on overall point standings, with only Yala ahead in kind of the last chance qualifiers that didn't make it through EU on points. And EU, of course, is the most competitive region to be able to pick up those points in regardless. So I'm sure FilFeel will be delighted with his 2 days' work on the Saturday and Sunday, booking a spot in the Masters Tour by progressing through to the final two of this tournament.
100%, and it does mean we are quickly moving on to semi-final number 2, which is going to be Norwis versus Nightmare 14. We can see the bans here, but what can you tell me about the lineups and potentially the ban impact on these as well, Soto?
Very little right this second, because
I thought you'd already had them up.
To get them up on my screen.
No.
Over here now. I remember Norwis's lineup anyway, because he has the Aggro Demon Hunter and the Drink Paladin with the Imbue Druid, which Larindra and I cast that game where it's just kind of greed. I'm not going to remove your board. Oh, oops, I died. Which it sounds stupid when we put it out that way, but we kind of agreed with all of the greed throughout the entire game. And then Fireack Rogue rounding that out. So it's kind of triple aggro with a rogue tossed in on top. And then Nightmare has the red-green Starship DK, very similar deck to what we have been seeing, only with the Ceaseless Expanse in there, and a copy of Foam Render thrown in as well. Has the Aulonius Druid, has Raven's favourite deck with the Quest Warlock, with a copy of Sweetened Snow Flurry in there as well, just for some extra cards. That's essentially, 6 cards in one from that 3-drop that you can get there. That's a lot of food that you can chuck into your rifts. And then the Royal Librarian as well that Disdemon was playing. So interesting clash of lineups for sure. Perhaps would have liked to see what, say, Norwis's lineup could do against FilFeel's lineup, right? The hyper aggro Demon Hunter and the Drunk Paladin going up against some of the greediest decks in the tournament. But these are kind of pretty halfway decks from Nightmare. Like Quest Warlock, although it can play as a control deck, is a very fast deck in its own right. So I am a little bit surprised, honestly, overall, how well this super all-in aggro strategy has done for Norwis, because it's not something that we've seen do very well outside of a couple of players early on in APAC.
Yeah, I do feel like Nightmare's lineup is as close, at least for me, to my expected lineup from most players, right? It feels like right down because we've got Aulonius Druid, very popular deck, very powerful. Fireack Rogue, yes. Starship DK, or at least some form of that DK. There's a few small variations, but more or less that. And then we've got the Quest Warlock, which I guess could be up in the air whether that's a meta standard or not. But I think at least recently it's gotten very popular. So for me, this is like the general good stuff lineup, or as close as we've seen to it this tournament. So it will be cool to see what arguably the good decks do against what is not a general lineup for Norwis.
I have no further analysis. Tree.
Where's the demolition men when you need them?
Someone call Sly Stallone and Wesley Snipes.
What a film. What a film.
I know I've seen it. I could tell you the rough plot, but I couldn't tell you anything individual. Although, actually,
I bet
is that
you could.
the film
I bet
with
you
the
could.
weird scene with Stallone and Sandra Bullock in it? Is that film?
Yes. It depends
Okay.
what you mean by the weird scene, but sure. Probably.
I refuse to go into further details as we are a family show.
How many
That's
restaurants are in that film? There's a valid answer if you know the film. Or how many
I do not.
different restaurant chains?
I'm going to say one.
The answer's one, yeah. Okay, you need to rewatch the film and then come back to me and laugh.
Okay, fine.
We are going to get into it though. Norwis getting off to a pretty good start here with the Battle Fiend. However, Nightmare being able to at least contest the board early with the little treants.
I grow impatient.
Oh, for a second then, I just stared. I was like, oh yeah, King Mukla's in this deck, isn't it?
Yep.
just a reminder.
Short.
Just in the deck.
Yeah, just there. I guess this is going face. Yeah, it makes sense. The trade doesn't really change anything. Oh, it's actually going to red card it. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, to be fair, against the Druid, there's not that much that you're planning on red carding, right?
I guess not. Yeah, sure.
Well, I get it. Defend it. Makes it doesn't die to another living roots or anything, right? Why not? Push more damage. And there he is, the man himself, King Mukla.
Yeah, makes sense. Protects it from Living Roots number 2. Protects it from File. You open yourself up to, I believe, a one of Rising Waves that Nightmare is playing, but I don't think you really take that as too big a loss if that gets...
Yeah, on the
baited out
one
of hand
minion,
there.
right? Like, fair enough,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah. Couple of options here as well now with the pickup of Kane and Ziliax. It's going to be Ziliax. As early as you can get it down, normally the better. And now it's just question after question for Nightmare, right? Like, can he answer this? Can he deal with this? Because this board this is like the start, I feel like. Just all the big guys.
Particularly against Druid,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
this is what you want to see. Ooh, Rising Waves. Make anything happen here? Trade off both of your individual minions to take that down to 4. Which just leaves a 5/2 Mukla up after the Rising Waves, and then you can go for the Vape Missiles 50/50.
I don't hate it because there's at least one cost location next turn, and it's not like you're planning on innovating out. Well, I mean, maybe you are, but Aulonius. I think I like it. It's big if it works. Didn't work.
Ooh, all right. Take 5, dummy. Oh, such a big deal when you look at the remainder of the hand as well.
Yeah.
It's just all raw damage.
I will still find you.
I know it's just going to quickly work out whether the minion's better than the hero power here. It probably is, but it's worth just looking, right? Just considering, do I want to push the extra one?
Yeah.
But honestly, after seeing that from Nightmare, you've got to think Nightmare's not got much actual removal left, right? Because that was a desperation play.
I remember this place well.
That Innovate is a surprisingly big draw, though. Because it allows a 5 pick, yeah, and that's exactly what he's going to go for here. Oh, gets Raptors and Armor in the same package, though, unfortunately. But can now hit the second proc of Tree and does have Innovate for that 5-mana location. But picks up the Swipe instead
and
with
Chalice.
Chalice, which ends up as
Okay.
a beautiful full clear.
Yeah, hold.
That's a pretty fantastic draw, though. That is a lot of damage over the next couple of turns. No hope, of course, of any of these minions sticking around. You know about the chalices in your opponent's hand now, but they do just push that immediate damage that you're looking for.
Yeah, you just sort of look at it as less minions and more just this much mana, deal this much damage, right? It is what it is. You don't really care about anything else.
Yep.
Now, is there any reason to do the acupuncture this turn? Just to spend the mana? Like, is it... I think so. There's no real reason to save it, right? Just spend it just in case. I'm just looking where there's a Arana, right? I'm just looking at what's, you know, the expensive stuff that you could top deck that would make using that 1 mana important, and yeah, I think it's just worthwhile. But there's sleep, pretty big deal. Is this just all armor?
That swipe the swipe chalice draw was so huge because it preserved that innovate, right, which looked like it had to be the play on that turn to get the location that you picked down. And then because you preserved the innovate, you can actually get the sleep down to gain 10 armor in that situation as well and clear out the board.
Yeah, so clean. Did go for the crystals, of course, with the final, so it's 10 armor crystals to be able to clear the board. Of course, gets to push damage, and now the sort of aggro switch has been flipped. Right, now it's Nightmare actually pushing down Norwis, and Norwis has to pull something out of the bag here. Because there's a minimum 6 damage coming his way. I guess he could trade into the 3-2. Oh, I guess it knows there's what? Minimum of 9 damage because they know there's 2 bananas and know there's a hero power.
They know the bananas are there,
Might end up slipping on the peel.
At least it's not the double battle cry bananas from earlier.
Yep, can clear it off with these stingers. Not grubs specifically, but you know what I mean. There's Alonius.
Not really the hits.
That's a little bit surprised, honestly. I thought this was going to be a location turn.
Still can be though, right?
Oh,
of the
wait.
discount.
Yeah, sorry.
Get
It's only
discount.
3 raptors. Yeah, I'm being silly. I thought there wouldn't be enough space, but there is. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine.
Living Root's still 2 off.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, I think this is good, right? Because it's very likely that the Norwis can't clear everything and threaten lethal in any meaningful way here. Yeah, just trade me. I don't need to be crazy.
Yeah, there is a consideration to go face there because you prevent your opponent from being able to cast acupuncture as part of a lethal,
Sure.
or even like, you know, attacking into something to activate extra damage for hot coals, or redirecting damage from Arana. Well, I guess
Right.
actually if you're redirecting damage, that makes no difference. That's nonsense. But the other 2 points at least. But yeah, I think still just taking care of the 1 damage that you can see on board will probably make the most sense. It looked so good there for Norwis at the start, especially after the Mukla survived that Arcane Missiles flip. But it was that super clutch draw. Had a plan going into it. It was first the Innovate off the top at the start of the turn. We're like, okay, great. I can get a 5-mana location, maybe gain some armor, start to stabilize in the game. Tried to execute that plan, drew the 2 cards off the tree, and then the 2 cards off the tree just presented an even better plan with the swipe chalice, and then allowed the Vate to be saved for the double armor sleep, which kind of locked out the game at that point. So very, very nicely navigated from Nightmare in the end there. And I think that Druid will probably be the deck in his lineup that he's the most scared of against this, you know, reckless aggro lineup coming from Norwis.
Yeah, I think games like that are the ones that you see the players who win these tournaments or, you know, go far in these tournaments. Those are the games you need to win, right? Where it's looking bad and then you just yoink the win out of nowhere. I'm not saying it's, it wasn't, there's elements of luck, of course, but I think Nightmare played well. But like those losing games that you can steal are the ones that make you win the series, right? So definitely interested to see how the rest of this is going to go, because you can look back on exactly that turn you mentioned where the turn was going to be okay for Nightmare, but yeah, the swipe was just into the chalice as well, because then the other part of the chalice helped clear the cliff turn right afterwards as well, so it just all added up to just so much removal. So yeah, really good there for Nightmare. Looks like we're going to see Demon Hunter once again, but going up against Nightmare's Rogue this time, which is of course the Fire Up Rogue, kind of, you know, mostly the usual Rogue deck that we've been seeing for most of today, although there are of course a couple of different ones in there.
Yeah, in this case, still 1-0 manager. The Grifter has come in, but what? Oh, there's a Nightmare Fuel in here. Discover a copy of your copy of a minion in your opponent's deck with Dark Gift if you combo it. So that is another unique individual card that we're seeing in the Fire Rat Rogue list.
And also, extremely on brand.
True. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you've had your World Champion card printed in advance, it's only right that you play it in your deck.
Very clean kill here against the Neophyte with the weapon pickup for Norwis, though. Once again, the Battle Fiend down nice and early, putting in the work. This is tricky. Is this the turn to play Madness? Because the Neophyte's just dead anyway. I guess it costs a hero power, but you know what I mean, right? I didn't know if that was the turn to go digging instead.
Yeah, a little bit awkward, because now your next turn's looking quite slow as well with the way you've done this, right? Which is less than ideal.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, I mean, that helps.
Go twice.
Yeah. Tar Creeper with charge. Oh, Divine
Cultist,
Shield.
yeah, I was
Reborn
just going to
Taunt
say
from
Cultist.
Okay.
Oh, that looks pretty good to me. Sorry, Chef. No one said to you. No one's excited to see you, my friend.
Yeah, the problem with the Cultist, though, is that it is just so tiny. Like, yes, there's a
Reborn
Divine Shield, but... Yeah, but you're playing against Demon Hunter, so the Divine Shield ping is really cheap for your opponent to be able to do. Reborn Buccaneer? Okay, those are some decent Dark Gifts for sure.
And next
you can
turn,
see why
the Scoundrel.
Nightmare is a fan of the Dark Gift.
Yep. Next turn, Scoundrel into one of these 3-drops. Seems good.
Yep. You would imagine Buccaneer for a Buccaneer in good time.
Mm-hmm. I'm imagining.
So what is it, 12 damage of instant removal?
It might just about be enough.
Oh, the added 1 for the breakpoint as well.
It's so
yes.
nice. Yeah. I mean,
We love to see it.
And there's the setup now, right? There's this the mini Scoundrel, of course. There's still the Cultist if that needs to come out from some more defense. But there's also, we've seen the rest of the mid to late game stuff. There's the Elise, there's the 7-8 drops and so on. But Norwis has a lot of gas in the tank still, right? There's still a lot of stuff going on here. It's not like Norwis is running low on the hand count at all. But time might be more of an issue. Oh no, where'd you go here? Could that... Do you think, like, Elise, 1-cost location, Scoundrel Taunt?
It's not bad, yeah, it's mana efficient. Well, I have been staring at this hand thinking what the mana efficient play
And it's
is,
a lot
and
of
you have
stuff.
named one.
Yeah.
It is a lot of stuff, yeah.
Can I just go with the fan? Okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways to make 6. Like 4 + 1 + 1 + 0 is 6, but 6 is also 6.
True. This just feels... I think this is doing the difficult thing first, right? Which is 6-drop pass. Yes, it of course does Fan of Knives, but you understand what I'm saying. But I just wonder whether, like, is this going to have enough impact? Like, what if you just take a massive hit again now? Like, is that going to be a problem? I don't know. Also, there's.
So I'm trying to think of the Demon Hunter hand that beats you, and it's like it's handful of damage into Kane, right? That's the hand that beats you. I'm trying to think if you have any option to play around that. It probably involves location if you're going to.
And now Grifter heal, potentially.
And now Grifter heal, yeah, very good point.
Yeah, this was my concern with playing with the Fan of Knives kind of play last turn. Of just like, well, okay, you've got a 6/4, right? That your opponent's probably not going to just play into. do you know what I mean? Obviously, it's still 6 damage to the face, could bring him down to 11, which is a lot of damage, but...
I think at least part of the thinking here is that you actually gave yourself some lethal outs doing it this way.
Sure.
If your minions had stuck, then you had the Small Pirate into Shaladrasil into Nightmare. If you drew Shadow Step or Prep, you can use those to cheat more mana to then play Awakens from the Shaladrasil as well, which also would have ended up being lethal. Ooh. So there's a couple of ways to do it. I don't think Nightmare is like full focused on being defensive.
This is nice though. Armor and Discover a Spell make it cost 4 less.
And now, yeah, gets the location down, which means Norwis is right back on the back foot again. Has to clear some of this up, or he's just eating lethal from Shaladrasil yet again with the Nightmare. Needs to at least get rid of the 6/4. That's at least get rid of the 6/4, not at least get rid of the 6/4, which would be very confusing.
Does have the red card as an emergency factor as well.
Yeah.
Fireball. Okay.
Okay, I mean efficient sources of direct damage. That's certainly very helpful in this spot.
Could red card coin Fireball or even just go weapon Rockbiter or something, right?
Yeah. The important thing there was not to hit like Savage Raw Bloodlust style cards,
yeah,
right?
because
which
it's
just
not gonna happen,
offer
right?
you no damage. Yeah.
Gonna go in with this, at least to some extent now. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I would have Rockbitered because of the potential of Taunt, or if I'm just saying that because I know there's a Taunt.
So we can go fishing with Grifter, kill the minion for free with the Assassinate, still have enough left for Undercover. Ooh,
I guess
no
Taunt?
heal, no damage.
Because I don't think drawing's going to help now, right? Unless it's drawing into Shadow Step.
Yeah, you could play it, Shadow Step, still have one more rebuy, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah.
If you feel comfortable, you could... Like, you can play one Taunt and draw, and then you increase your chances by a lot of hitting Ziliax next turn, which can potentially end the game, but that would also involve your...
Oh! Wait.
Amulet is just summon a minion. It's not enough with the Fireball. Rockbiter is only 6. Hot Coals is only 8 or 9 if you attack into a minion, but you lose 1 damage in order to do that anyway.
There's no draw off the weapon, right? That I'm not thinking about here.
What is left in the deck?
I'm trying to flick through just to have a look, but like there's Thalnos, but that doesn't change anything, does it? Or does it?
With Hot Coals? Could you take in the damage, maybe? No, it just helps you clear up, at least, so you're theoretically alive, setting up for the lethal next turn, but that now the Ziliax has been drawn, and there's a Thalnos on board, which Which means paring it down with the armor.
Oh wait, is there? Wait, is there? Oh no, there's not. There's not prep Shaladrisil, is there? Gonna go dig. Oh, deadly poison.
Deadly poison for 0.
Yeah, that's fine,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
No manager.
Mail detector,
Yeah.
deadly poison. Oh, manager does not need the healing. Just gets there over the line with the discover.
Yeah, 2 times in a row now that Nightmare has just managed to hang on and push back the aggression. Huge there, and again, just another big win, just about surviving through this aggro. And now I feel like, anything can happen, of course, but Nightmare does have the ability to just have 3 goes at defending from this aggro lineup now, which is pretty huge, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely is. Win with the rogue, win with the druid now, so it's just the
Questlock.
warlock left to win with, which this is faulty pop analysis whenever it comes out, but I am going to roll it out one more time. Is like it's 3 goes at just hitting a fast quest completion, right? And then you're probably just going to win the game from there. It's the reborn taunts and the lifesteal are just so miserable for any aggro deck to try and deal with over a long period of time, that if you can get that fast start going, it can be really disgusting to deal with. However, it's not quite that simple, because you spend a lot of time punching yourself in the face as Warlock while you're trying to make that happen. So it's certainly not over yet. The Quest Warlock will show some vulnerability here, I think.
Yeah, I will say though, just a quick reminder of just some cards that may come in clutch with the certain matchups here. There is double Glacial Shard in this Warlock, which can obviously help a ton. Corpsicle potentially is removal, but there's also just stuff like the Questing Assistant, Spelunker, just plenty of early game tools, and then you've got the likes of Hellfire for the big AoE if required. So there are these tools that can buy some time, especially against Demon Hunter, where we see a lot of it is, face swings, stopping the Battle Fiends or something like that. Like, the options are there.
Yeah, I think Questing Assistant in particular, absolutely massive for just stopping either of those snowball minions that you can come up against early.
3 is a lot.
3 is one of the larger numbers, for sure.
Well, not the best opening here for Nightmare, but still not bad.
Oh, can I have all 3
Yes.
of those, please? I will trade you the 3 cards in my hand for those 3 cards.
Yeah, I think this is correct, though, right?
Establishes some board presence now.
Yep. Completely with you on this.
Nightmare, just quick check to see if Wisp is a dragon. No, unlucky.
Yeah, weirdly ahead on board here is kind of good for Nightmare, of course. But Wisp again.
Oh no.
The tempo is insane.
Oh no. Ripping mass production this early is a little bit sad as well, just because of the extra clog that you put in your deck with the additional copies of mass production. You don't want to keep drawing mass production at this stage.
And I do like
Needs
this.
must.
Maybe not. I think I'm a fan of spending the Corpsicle. Like, you can't just take 3 this early, right? Do you not? And Corpsicle isn't really going to be the win condition here. Yeah, so I like spending this. I don't know about you, but
it also protects a minion in play for the Horizon's Edge, right? So next turn you might be able to play Horizon's Edge, trade into something, get a double prop from Horizon's Edge to clear up a board, which is massive.
Yep, completely agree.
And now all you need is every single one of those shots to go to the minion.
Easy.
And you might have a chance. Glacial Shard? That looked like location number 2. That is location number 2. Okay, the quest is speeding up. But as is your imminent demise to this single minion that's gonna solo you.
I think I like locking into the locate. Well, I think I clicked the first location, right? You holy.
Oh, one of those, please.
Okay.
I will take another one of those, but actually it'll be temporary again. It won't work. Never mind.
Yeah, if you Glacial Shard it twice, it's frozen for 2 turns, right?
Now you just play it and you don't actually click the location because that's how hard you believe in Glacial Shard again next turn.
And suddenly, if 2 of these minions stick, maybe the Horizon's Edge can get things done next turn.
Yeah.
However, it is important to note that there's a fair few mass production knocking around in the deck now.
There really are, yeah.
He's going to be able to clear a couple of these up, and obviously way more health on the board now with the addition of the Battle Fiend. Once again, going to make Horizon's Edge a little bit rough here. Might have to go Spelunking instead.
Is that Curse Catacombs? Yes, it is. All right.
Oh, the freeze? Not really the time for it.
Librarian?
Oh, and just silence.
Librarian stops you from dying, right? Yeah, sets up the quest for next turn. I like this.
Okay, yeah, I'm with it. Yeah, 100%. I'll be honest. I kind of lost track of the quest and didn't realize that was going to activate, because that's kind of nice now.
Really strong.
And now, if Nightmare equips the portal and the first roll is the Reborn Taunt and Lifesteal Rush, it's going to be tough for Norwis.
You say that. That's not that unlikely an outcome.
No,
There
that's
are
what I'm
only
saying.
three
That's what I'm saying.
possibilities.
Yeah. Like that wasn't a stretch. That's just saying if that combination happens, it's going to be very rough.
Yep.
Okay.
Although Hot Coals Acupuncture in hand here for Norwis, I think he might have even the dream combination covered. Looking probably for a Glacial Shard again. There's a Voodoo Doctor, though. Is this the clutchest Voodoo Doctor you've ever seen in your life?
Taking it back to the start. Oh, yeah.
Get a Rift down. Chuck a Summoner into it.
Ooh, close.
Oh, no! Voodoo Doctor carry. It's going to have to be.
It's like, look, will you let me just do it again? Can I just sacrifice another minion, please?
Imagine if it wasn't once per turn.
Oh my
You could
god.
just keep yeeting your entire hand into
I'd
it.
love that and hate it at the same time, equally. I'd be like, I'm having such a good time, but I would be crying at the same time. I don't think this is going to be enough. Acupuncture and Hot Coals. It's got to do a lot of work, and obviously all the 1/1s are getting work done. Still enough room for the Hero Power, the Chaos Strike, whatever you fancy. And Norwis is not done yet. Manages to fight back. Ooh. The Demon Hunter finally gets a win. Nightmare couldn't hold this one off, although it was close, right? He almost got there, but not the best opening hand, honestly. So much self-damage having to cycle was a little bit rough there, but Norwis kept the pressure up and made sure he didn't give Nightmare any wiggle room at all. So it does mean that there's still potentially a few more games left of this series, right? If Norwis wins the next one, then this is going to still, sort of keep fighting back. I'm just looking at the...
really close series still. Yeah, no, it's a close series still because this Quest Warlock can just get run over like that against some of these decks. With the Paladin being banned out, though, there is the Druid left over, which is perhaps a little bit slower to start ramping up than the Demon Hunter is and doesn't have as much direct damage in terms of being able to go over the top of those Reborn Taunts that come down. And then, of course, there's the Rogue left over behind that as well, which is the Firac Rogue that we've seen an absolute ton of so far. So still a long way to go in this one for sure. I think Quest Warlock probably is the vulnerable deck in this series for Nightmare, but still a couple of other bites of the cherry.
Yeah, again, that one felt... It maybe looks or sounds silly for me to say it felt close, but that one felt close even with that opening. So let's see what can happen now for Nightmare. Of course, on that Quest Warlock, and Norwis rocking the Druid now. And what's the deal with this Druid Soul? Because I don't think this is something we've seen too much of, across the submissions. I mean, from tons of players. It's not one of the more popular ones, right?
No, it has been interesting. There has been a little bit of it around on ladder, but it's always been it's been a bit tricky for the last few weeks to kind of ascertain which decks you're seeing on ladder are like serious threats, because it's a non-competitive ladder season in terms of qualifying for points. So there's been a fair bit of casual play even in the higher ranks of Legend, but there has been a bit of Imbue Druid hanging around. Whoa! Insta 2-4. Hang on, we'll get to this in a second. But yeah, this is another aggro deck that fits the aggro strategy that Norwis is going for. Not quite as all in as the Demon Hunter, a little bit more ability to go long and sustain because of the permanently scaling hero power. But like I said, just lacks that reach. If you can force it off board, that's where it can start to fall apart, because it needs that consolidated minion presence turn after turn to really start pushing damage. However, great start here from Norwis, just chucking out the 2-4 immediately and just saying, hey, I've looked at your deck list. There is not a card in there that deals with this, so I'm just going to get this in play, ramp up the size of my hero powers, and just start generating massive threats straight away. Nice stuff.
Yeah, good start for Nightmare as well, though. Like, I think the location is one of the things you love to see early game, right? Because you just know it's stuff
100%.
you can play, right? It's progressing your quest, it's creating board, and as we've seen, some of the one-drops are pretty impactful in certain matchups. So, it's so good to see that as an opener here, and we'll see what work it can get done. Of course, going to discover it first. Okay, did go for the Slither Spear. I was looking at the Worgen, honestly.
Yeah, stealth has a lot of upside there in terms of being able to dictate attacks on your own turn.
Also, funny enough, chose to go for the tap instead of going for Glacial.
Yeah, I mean, that Glacial can prevent 6, 7, 8, 10 damage later on in the game, right? So
I guess, yeah. I'm just wondering if you're trying to try and defend the board you've got at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly you can do a decent job with just taking out the 2-3 via minion presence, and that will certainly stop you taking damage from giant minions as well if there's one less of them in play all the time.
Follow the flutter-wing.
Oh, what a draw!
Yeah. Doesn't get much better than that.
4-4. And that is now a disgusting opener for this deck, all leveraged off the fact that Norwis just instantly jammed the sing-along buddy in play, just knowing that there was no way in deck for Nightmare to be able to deal with it.
Oh, the fact they're 4/4s as well, right? It's just such a nightmare. It's like just not being able to hellfire them away. Gonna go hellfire into Glacial Shard now. And then Horizon's Edge next turn looks decent. And there it is. Tree. This is going to be pretty nice, though. Horizon's Edge can potentially deal with a lot of this, especially with the ability to trade into the 2-1. Symbiosis is going to be picked up here for Norwis. Nothing fantastic coming out of this. Double wolves, some board presence there. Yeah, nothing great. Norwis probably doesn't want the dormant because he wants to really finish Nightmare off before this portal gets going. Yeah, just gonna go for the full. Could still, yeah, I was gonna say, could still be trail mixing hero power though.
Yeah, I think so.
It's just, it just seems better, right? Oh, you get to kill a 2/2, okay, whatever. Instead, you could just be pressing that 5/5 every time and gaining all the extra mana for next turn. It does have a
just ramps you out to the Malorn as well.
Exactly, yeah. Ooh, Solarium though. Okay.
Yeah, that's huge.
This is Spelunker, I think. Yeah.
Spelunker.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
Oh, one can get the Underfell Rift into the. Wait, is that active? Oh no, it's 2 left.
No, it's 2 left, and the other one's already full. It just doesn't quite work out.
So close. I guess it's still tempo, right? You'll take anything playable, minion-wise.
Yeah, take a 2/2.
Build a pretty big board here now. Sacrifice this. Sacrifice the last one into the rift. Yeah, I'm pressing the button here.
Such a huge Solarium. Norwis' start was so powerful. That was the one-off turn that Nightmare needed to get ahead of this.
Does have Malorn
Now
tree,
all of a
though.
sudden this Malorn just not looking quite as exciting as it would have done otherwise. I mean, Tortola, but who cares? It's just not. It's not breaking through the wall at this point, I don't think. You don't really have the payoff for an Agamagan. I guess it does have to be Tortolan.
Yeah, it's something, right? Compared to the others, like it's achieving something.
Yep.
Which I've heard is better than nothing.
Time waits for no one.
And now I'm going to be honest with you. Can't remember what's in the pupil exactly. Did the Solarium make it?
I think the Solarium might have been the 3rd card to activate it, yeah.
Oh, no.
No, it's Catacombs. Okay, sure.
I'll be honest as well. Kind of forgot about Quest.
Yeah. Quest pretty much
I just
always
don't-
ends up in there.
Yeah,
if it's far left of the hand like that, it
Yeah,
has a Quest in
yeah.
it. Oh! Royal
Now that's a card.
Librarian!
Yeah, that
It's
is
the
a card.
clutchest Royal Librarian I have ever seen in my life. Nice
The Royalist.
130, idiot.
Yeah, the royalist of librarians, I think. Doing a great job though of soaking that Horizon's Edge inside there.
mean,
That
yeah,
turtle. Is there like again? Hit me again.
Not gonna lie, the location is a little bit pointless at this point.
It was more important that was the last charge to get it out off the board, right?
Yeah, for sure.
A double reborn taunt. Not tons going on for Norwis here.
Must have slept in.
Okay, not a
start
bad time to start drawing the mass productions.
Yeah, and got to start keeping an eye on these double corpuscles, right? This is going to start stacking very quickly damage-wise.
It sure is.
Depending on what... Oh, perfect. Yeah, I was just going to say, depending on what this portal spits out, Nightmare can ignore the board, right? As long as there was a way to just maybe
100%.
stop that one Jade, then you just go all face. Just absolutely throw it out there. You've got corpuscles. You can even throw this out to clear something else as well for the questing assistant. Again, dealing 3. Fantastic. Taking a lot of pressure off the board, putting Norwis to 5. And so I'm not a specialist on this Druid deck, but it's looking grim.
I'm just going to do a quick check for double Librarian tree click into Crazed Alchemist, which would be lethal here. I'm just going to check the deck list for that. No, it's not there. I'm
Nope,
out of ideas.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Zephyrus? Yeah, it's not looking good. And that's what's so good about this portal. Look at this board. Let's say Norwis clears half of it, or a chunk of it, whatever. Then, well, the portal's not even been pressed yet, and that can get charge or rush, right? Which then adds to the removal or damage factor, which is so big. And I think that's what's just really strong. It's just unstoppable as long as the player has access to cards, which it's Warlock, so it does. It's just unstoppable minions every single turn. Okay, big taunt there with the Mark of the Wild. That's pretty nice.
It's the Mark of the Wild back on the Tortolan, but it's not growing anymore like it was previously, where it actually became a pretty significant threat in its own right.
And the thing as well is that to an
Hero powers are
extent...
getting real big.
Yeah, to an extent, as long as Nightmare can clear off maybe some of the other stuff, I guess there's just the one taunt to clear off right now. Tap, okay. So what we're looking at here, it's double corpuscle to face and just don't die, right?
That would be plan A if you can make that happen, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, the 4/4 taunt goes down easily. The 327's not going down at all. Mm-hmm. So then it's what, 10, 16, 19, 23? But there's already two taunts up, one with Reborn, and you could potentially lifesteal with the portal.
Yeah, you make your 2 spaces and you chuck your Dark Marrow into the Rift. And then see what happens.
Okay.
Oh, actually, is there still a... Yes, there is. There is a Hellfire still remaining in the deck, which makes
so that would
drawing
have, that would have got that right. Okay, so that was another Reborn taunt. Oh. Please.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
Okay. And decided to use one to clear off an additional minion to feel a little bit safer.
Yeah, opponent's still at 5, still have that extra Hellfire hanging around as well that you can use if you need the extra damage, but your opponent should not be able to gain a significant amount from here. There is Zephyrus that you need to keep in mind that can make some magic happen.
It's going to have to.
You can get Siphon Soul Holy Nova from effect board. You can also get Ice Block from cards that spend a lot of mana, which is not an out that I ever really see anyone go for, but that is a thing.
And also doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. Leroy? Is that you? To be fair, the Doomhammer could clear off only 1 and push 2, I guess. You can't take the hit twice, right?
Nope.
Also, I just realised that both players running on fumes in the deck as well. I didn't really respect how quickly the Druid got through the list. Okay, rush. And they can go again. But it's not lethal, right? Am I stupid? Can I not count?
Nope, not enough.
Nope. And if my maths... Oh.
There it is.
Yep. We got there. It looks like Nightmare is going to take the victory. The aggro lineup isn't quite enough to get it done, even though it came close so many times. But Nightmare taking the victory. The Quest Warlock just about getting there. Just enough healing, just enough damage. And again, double Corpsicle just getting through the work, right? Ignoring those taunts, obviously, because it's a spell. And the nature of Corpsicle's interaction with the portal is perfect, right? Because you're just gaining corpses all the time, which is really, really huge. So great job for Nightmare there. Rough one for Norwis, came close so often, but I think overall Nightmare just did really, really well at holding off the aggression, as well as pushing the damage to set up the lethal on his side at the same time.
I'm just looking at the Zephyrus pool, trying to get some idea of the outs. There is Mass Dispel, which I think does instantly win the game there in Effect Battlefield. There's also Shadow Madness, which is kind of interesting, right? Because then you only have to deal with one of the taunts, and you can use one of their taunts to deal with their taunts. You keep the reborn from it on your side. Not sure if that ends up being lethal. Might still be a couple of points short. Other than that, I don't think Shadow Flame gets there. Swipe might have still been close. Deals with both of the remainders of the reborn and pushes another 4-face. Interesting stuff.
There's a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Nightmare did well overall. I do like that he was walking that line that was defensive, but still having that future sight to like set up lethals, right? And not actually just not going full defensive, because sometimes that loses you the game just as often as being too aggressive. So really like it overall. So great job for Nightmare, and that is the EMEA region done. We are going to get ready to move over to Americas, so don't go anywhere. I'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.